And we're especially driving people to bayaquinte.ca, which is our front door. And Jen Achilles, our manager of media and design, did an incredible amount of work to redesign this website this year. It hasn't been done in several years. And you see that it's already paying dividends. Users up over 100%, page views up over 140%. We're driving people to this newly designed website, which tells the story of our region and also provides a lot of products related to both visitors and residents. Of course, again, it's all driven by storytelling, trying to tell those Belleville stories week in, week out. But we can't be the only ones doing it. We also work with other media outlets. So, Post Media has been a big one for us. Had some great activity. This National Post piece, Why You Need to Visit Belleville, Ontario this summer, was read by over 10,000 people, which is excellent activity for paid media. We also invite travel media here to the region. So 12 trips through the year, 8 actually came to Belleville, over 50 pieces of content produced. So just trying to raise awareness and grow our following from other people who have large followings coming here and enjoying this place. And ultimately trying to get the brand everywhere through what we call out-of-home advertising, billboards, signage, bus shelters. Our discovery guide, which I hope you know by now, distributed all across the province. We're doing 30,000 copies this year. It's really become a bit of a calling card for us, and I think helped to grow the brand not only of this region, but also cities like Belleville. And experiential tourism development, which I know I've talked to council about before. So we did, for the first time, a multi-day workshop where we actually had over 20 people participate, City of Belleville staff, and then small businesses to develop experiences. So we actually have 2 new ones that came to market as a result of work we did this year through Trevor Norris and how he's working one-on-one with businesses. So a downtown heritage walk and also a new beekeeping apitourism experience up in Thurlow. And we continue to work with Glenmore National Historic Site on their tour Make a Time Machine. I spoke about the BIA marketing program. We take a portion of the municipal accommodation tax, which we're very fortunate to receive. We sit down with Danielle and her team and talk about how can we use some of these funds to enhance what you're doing. So again, over $40,000 will be allotted to downtown Belleville marketing initiatives at the end of the fiscal year, and it's really helped to raise the profile of what they're doing. And then I know I've talked about this before too. This region has become actually Ontario's fastest growing golf destination. And we are part of a provincial program called Golf in Ontario. We outsell the other destinations 2 to 1. Over $650,000 in estimated total spending for $15,000 that we invest in this program. And I know you kept me to 2 minutes, which I've gone over, but I want to tell a quick story. The gentleman who helps coordinate the marketing for this program on behalf of the Provincial Partnership was just at the Toronto Golf Show. He was talking to Golf PEI, pretty popular golf destination in Canada, pretty renowned. We spend as a partnership $80,000, and we booked in this province $1.3 million in activity through this Golf in Ontario program. Golf PEI has a budget of over $700,000 and booked $1.5 million. So when I talk about hustling, this is representative of the other programs that we work on. We're really happy to see the activity that we're able to generate. And by the way, 70% of total rounds are booked in the City of Belleville through Black Bear and Trillium, which are excellent. I want to spend just a minute on work in Quinte before I wrap up. This, of course, is a project that we were asked to take over this fiscal year from an employment attraction point of view. We adopted the platform in around May of 2023. We underwent a complete rebrand. One of the things that we found was the job space is very busy. And to stand out, you got to be loud. And we've done that. If you've seen some of the branding we're putting out and the messaging we're putting out into the world. And we're seeing that it's already created increased engagement, which is great. We've also created very strategic partnerships with the employment service providers. So these are, your Meta Employment Services, Career Edge Loyalist. And specifically with Meta, we've become their primary marketing engine. So we're really leveraging the dollars that we're receiving from the city to amplify what organizations like that are doing, because they have very strong relationships across the city with some of the leading employers that we did not have. But what it also has enabled us to do is begin to get a sense of tracking. are people who apply to jobs through this Work in Quinte platform getting those jobs. We did not have a way of doing that before, and we're starting to see that now, specifically because of the partnership with the employment service providers. So we're really happy to see some of the activity and the growth. I won't go through all of them, but in just 10 months, there's been some very strong activity, increasing the resume database by over 100%. And also, when it comes to the website, the analytics weren't turned on, but we turned them on when we took over. And you know, we're seeing over 3,000 visits to that page on a monthly basis. Also started to roll out a more comprehensive marketing plan. It's focused right now locally, and we're starting to bridge that out. Providing content for both job seekers and employers in order to drive activity to the site. Working with your staff on rebranding in collaboration with the City of Quinte West, the Quinte Career Fair to the Work in Quinte Career Fair, and producing the collateral for staff to use. So for example, I know there's a very important career event based on an economic development closure that's happening tomorrow. So we're working with your team to get them the information they need. And we're also attending career fairs. There's Jack right there up on the top, trying to raise the profile of this brand. We're going to be going to career fairs this in outside markets, Ottawa, GTA, try to attract people here. And we're also planning what we call a reverse job fair, where we take skilled trades employers who are looking to hire. We're going to go to East GTA communities, and we're going to have a career fair there to try to attract people here to work in this community. And all. Some next steps for the coming year. One of the most important is related to work on downtown Belleville marketing and PR support. And you know, we put a meeting together with city staff, with downtown staff, the chamber, and other stakeholders in light of recent events, and talked about a multi-week PR and marketing campaign that we would be a leading part of that takes us into that visitation year. So we're really starting to get more positive branding out there when we get into high visitation season. You know, some of the things you may have seen are video projects that we put out right away. And you know, what I get from putting this sort of thing out into the world is, first of all, people want to see it. You know, we put 2 videos out, and in a week, it's viewed by over 69,000 people. That's, you know, not normally the activity that we see. We're good, but we're not always that good. And it also tells me that people want to come to downtown. And I know for anybody who was downtown this weekend for events like DocFest and Savor the Chill, you felt a feeling that everyone wanted to be a part of it and drive activity down there. So we want to do what we can to support that, especially as we get into summer season. And at the end of the day, as I've talked about before, it's about investing back in the community, generating dollars for this community, and ultimately getting a return on your investment, not just in this city, but also across the region. Thanks so much. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Millett. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Doug. Well, Doug, you mentioned to stand out, you got to be loud. Glad to see you live that mantra every day.
Thank you.
Thanks, but hey, you know, doing what you do and getting the results that you do, something's working. I'm happy to see that the 40,000 dedicated specifically to downtown, and some of the results that you're seeing on some of that downtown promotion. It's unfortunate that the police chief left with his traveling roadshow of downtown supporters. They needed to hear that. But I have one quick question. RED funding. Just give me a little history of that particular funding stream, because as I saw, it's fairly substantial. Mm-hmm. And the history of that, if you could, just briefly, and the future impact of that sustained, and if it went away tomorrow. I heard you mention that we were able to hire Jack with the help of that. I'm hoping that this doesn't mean Jack would have to go away if that funding went away. But how important is that funding overall?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Millett, it's very important. I'll tell you the history, actually. RED funding has allowed us to scale up twice. It was about 4 years ago we received RED funding for a very similar purpose, and that's when we hired our 4th staff member. And because of the advent of municipal accommodation tax through multiple communities, we were able to keep that person on board, flex the way we do our marketing, because ultimately it's still increased, and keep that person on. And we applied to Red specifically to do the same thing this time, knowing that municipality of Brighton has now just implemented their municipal accommodation tax. So the timing is very strategic in that we will now be bringing in tens of thousands of dollars through Brighton's MAT that will support us to keep that new individual on board. And, you know, very interestingly, Brighton's MAT will be almost 100% short-term accommodations. And they are working with the third-party Granicus and have, under a year, done so and started remitting municipal accommodation tax and creating a model for this region to work from.
So I guess further to that, Your Worship, through you, the emphasis then is on encouraging our municipal, or our provincial representatives to keep that funding stream through OMAFRA coming. So it's an important, and it's paying off, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly through the mayor, back to Councillor Millette. Provincial funding's massive. I mean, organizations like ours can't rely on them year over year, but to be able to use them strategically to do things like we're doing, it's huge.
Oh, don't we know it about municipal provincial funding? Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Carr, and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for coming. I certainly appreciate the metrics that your organization provides. I'm a firm believer in that budgets should drive results. I have asked questions previously as the Work in Quinte program was launching. So you've been to some career fairs. What jobs is your organization marketing as part of that program?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Carr, it's everything, to be honest. You may remember that when we worked previously on quintejobs.ca, it was specifically to attract people here with higher paying jobs. The request from City of Belleville and City of Quinte Waste staff to us when we took over the Work in Quinte platform was to expand that, because at the end of the day, what we really see is a huge need for customer service positions, but also a huge need for those lower level skilled positions. Also, obviously, things like healthcare, you heard policing. So we do see a really broad range of the jobs. Jack might be able to answer better than I could because he works in the platform every day. But I know that right now, if you go on there, things are starting to ramp up for summer season. So we are seeing those customer service pieces, but we're also still seeing a lot of those skilled positions. So, what we're trying to do is make sure we're meeting the needs of the employers.
Okay, and that's great. Whatever the employers need, that's what we should be going to look for. What's your mechanism to measure results? So you go to career fairs, like, are you getting reports back from employers to say that your organization and what you're doing under the Work in Quinte program is actually achieving results, or do you have mechanisms to measure that? Yeah,
through the mayor to Councillor Carr, I mean, that's really what we need to be doing, right? And earlier in my presentation, I was talking about strategic partnerships with the employment service providers. This is going to be a major tracking mechanism for us. These organizations are working with dozens of employers who seek support from them through the course of the given year, and those are relationships we don't have, which translate to communication. So this is one of the things that we're just about to put in place, is a protocol where we can work with those employment service providers to know that if something is put on workinquinte.ca and it translates to a hire, we can then figure that out. Digitally, it's very difficult to do. We are going to make some enhancements to the website this fiscal year that are in our budget. One of the things that we're trying to achieve with that is also better tracking, because at the end of the day, we can reach out all we want with some employers, and sometimes you never hear back. But it's always my intention, and I think you've seen it year over year, to come back to this council and show real results. And certainly this time next year, it's something I want to be able to report on.
And I think having somewhat of a formal relationship in terms of reporting expectations, because obviously you're expending public funds. help a private sector employer find employees, that there should be an expectation on employer to report back on how those funds are being used. So my last question is in terms of that relationship, do you see employers contributing financially to the program, since your platform, funding through public dollars, is going out and finding them a workforce? Obviously, they have a goal in mind, and they're obtaining results because of that. Do you see any movement in terms of them actually helping to fund that platform?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Carr, it's an excellent question. I think there are multiple considerations here. I'll just lay the frame. One of our biggest challenges taking over the site is we're up against the biggest job site in the world. Indeed. Hundreds of $1 million budget, millions of users. Why would someone want to work in Quinte? So we have, as marketers, tried to create a scenario where it is an attractive platform. That's a lot of the work Jack has been doing. He's a real person, working to make sure that the things going on there are trusted and not spam related, and can be something that this community wants to put their time into. So our discussion so far has been, why would someone want to put a job on work in Quinte when they can post to Indeed for free? So right now, no. But as I mentioned, we're going to be going through some comprehensive enhancements to this site. We're also figuring out where we fit in this space and what we do have to offer that's a bit more strategic compared to what Indeed might be able to offer. And so our vision is that there would be certain things that employers could invest in and pay for on that platform to get a bit more. The other piece that I'll say, and you heard me talk about what we're terming a reverse career fair, where we take employers who have a need to communities where we feel confident we can get some people from. That's a pay-to-play scenario. So we would offer that as you'd have to invest to be a part of that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Brown?
Thank you, and as always, Doug, thank you for your presentation.
You bet.
I'm a big outcomes measure person, so it did my heart good to be able to review the presentation in advance. We're in the slow season, as it would, when it relates to accommodations, and you talked about we were 880 out of 1450. Mm-hmm. Does that include short-term accommodations?
So through the mayor to Councillor Brown, it doesn't. So I maybe should have been more clear. That 880 is what we would call fixed roof accommodations, very sexy tourism term. It's hotels, motels. So when we talk short-term accommodations, it's hard to tell what's in the landscape. I know your max is 150. I think I had on the slide there somewhere in the 120 to 130 range. There's a similar number in City of Quinte Waste. Brighton is upwards of 80. Napanee is hard to tell because they're grouped in with Lennox and Addington when we look at when we look at it on the data platforms. But all told, on the North Shore, short-term accommodations, we'd certainly be, upwards of 750, especially in high season.
So there's an opportunity there if we really understood and had captured all of the accommodators that are here in Verbo and Airbnb and other private sites. Is that a fair statement? Through
the mayor to Councillor Brown, that would be a terrific opportunity, and we would love to do whatever we can to support your staff to do that.
Okay. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Alsop?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And as the representative on the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, I just wanted to applaud them for a great presentation and all the work that you do in the community and the outsized impact that you had. I mean, just that one story about golf. $15,000 investment, $150,000 worth of bookings, leading to $650,000 worth of economic activity in the region, really shows the way that you're able to amplify the budget that you're getting to bring in those funds, bring in tourism dollars. And it's just been exceptional across a variety of programs, but that one in particular shows the strength of the organization. And I also want to applaud you for the team that you have.
Thanks.
That 5-member team, the amount of competencies that exist on that team, both in terms of the presentation, the marketing, the business planning, but then also things like content creation, storytelling, video editing, social media awareness. even things like graphic design that a lot of other organizations would have to farm out for. That's something that your team is able to do in-house and really ties the whole image of the brand together and allows for those publications to be sort of following the brand profile and very impactful. So great work again, and I really appreciate also, as Councillor Brown had mentioned, the trackability and the real focus on the numbers and deliverables. You know, when we talk at the board meetings about things like IP addresses going to the site and then entering conversion zones and knowing exactly who visited the site and then entered a business or a hotel, things of that nature really make a big difference, because it's no longer a guessing game about, well, we had this many clicks, what does that really mean? You guys have done a lot of work in terms of leveraging technology to really drill down on what is actually happening after they come to our site, after they visit our partners, and what does that mean for our community. So thank you and your team for your continued efforts, and look forward to a great 2024.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for recognizing that. Yeah.
Okay, are there any questions? Switching glasses, okay. I thought that was a question for a second. Okay. Thanks, Doug, for
You bet.
your report. And
Thanks, everybody.
Resolution to move this to operating issue D22. Councillor Chatton, Councillor Wright Miller, all in favor, carried. Correspondence from 7:1 to 7:10. Is there anything that you want pulled? If not, I'll just pass them all at once and we can deal with it in another part of the budget. I can. Yep.
7-4, please.
7-4, okay. Councillor Chatton, any?
No.
Councillor Brown? Or we can come back to
No,
you?
thank you.
Councillor?
No, thank you.
Councillor Enright? Miller?
No, thank you.
Councillor Carr?
I may jump on 7-4.
Okay. Councillor Thompson? Okay, so I need a motion to move 7-1 to 7-10 minus 7-4. Councillor Millette, Councillor Chatton, all in favor, carried. So Councillor Millette, you move 7.4 on the floor, and Councillor Carr will second that? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I looked this is Quinte Waste Solutions. There's a couple observations, and I get the fact that the mixed basket of goods, as they call the combined, I guess that's the descriptor, the combined group of items that they sell on the aftermarket through the Quinte Waste Solutions. It's $80 per metric ton. However, market prices are at a all-time low, currently at $36. And you know, that's concerning all around. I guess on the revenue side, that's hoped to recover, as they said that Quinte Waste Solutions staff are anticipating that the markets will recover and sales for 2024 will also increase. Well, that's good news. What's troubling to me was the administration numbers at on page 31 of 373 in your report. In 2022, we had a budget for admin of $16,700, which it's odd. Or we're now up to 47,100, and you know, the overall numbers have increased from 1.6 million to 225 million. So what we've got is a declining revenue source, but an increasing expense, especially when it comes to personnel. Councillor Thompson, I understand you're a representative on that. Has there been any good explanation at the board level on that? I don't see anyone here from Quinte Waste Solutions, or I'd direct it to them.
Councillor Thompson, put you on the spot there.
The only reason there's an increase in the administration cost is they have hired another person to do some media work for them, and also they went to a new CAO or CEO. I don't know what position that would be. His increase was considerable from the old one, from the one that retired, and also they built in some budget for I can't think of the name now. If they perform well, bonus. They've also built in a bonus for each one of the employees. But those contracts now run out in the end of 2020, middle of 2025. So these numbers are exorbitant. They're not getting the return on the recycle on anything. When you look at the whole thing, it's really, and we took a truck and spent $20,000 repairing a truck just because we couldn't afford to buy a new one, which in my estimation was pouring bad money after bad money. But because of the budget and the staffing, is they did hire one extra person, and then they hired a new CEO, which was a larger salary, and they put in the bonuses.
Yeah, just so, if I understand, and these contracts, Councillor Thompson, run out through you, Chair, run out at the end of 2025, because I believe at that point, producer pay kicks in, and we won't actually have a need for the Waste Services Board, the Waste Services of Quinte Waste Solutions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that will totally change in July 1st of 2025. We haven't established how it's going to transition because there's some issues there. When it goes to the manufacturer, there'll be no more pickup at industrial, no more pickup at retail. So there's a lot of details needs to be worked out by that. Whether this organization still exists in a small way, we don't really know yet. But it totally will change. I know the new director they hired is only contracted till July 1st of 2025.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Millette.
Yes, thank you. So one thing I did notice that kind of stood out for me is, and as Councillor Millette points out, revenue's down, operating costs are up. I'm hearing staffing salaries have gone way up. There was one line in the correspondence that said that the board also has a $500,000 operating line of credit, and they have an intention of increasing this to $1 million so it can be utilized when finances are low. Well, I would suggest if you're paying out a lot more and you're not making much revenue, you're going to fall into that category quite easily from a financial management perspective. This is a little suspect. Is the board, or is Quinte Waste Solution tapping into that line of credit to cover operating expenses? Because I'm a little concerned to see the 500,000 or $500,000 suddenly become $1 million. Tells me that there's bleeding, and you're inviting more bleeding by going to a line of credit. So I'd like to know whether that's being drawn on. And then two, if we're in a deficit mode when it comes to that line of credit, and Quinte Waste Solutions absolves itself or ceases to exist because of the provincial changes, then each member municipality would be sitting there trying to pay off their portion of what's owing. So how often is Quinte Waste Solutions tapping into that line of credit to cover operations?
Okay, I don't know if it's fair, Councillor Thompson, but I will put you on the spot again if you can answer any of those.
Yeah, and some of those, I don't have the finance lady here with Quinte Waste Solutions or the CEO of the Quinte Waste. So some of that that's fair. To be fair, I can't answer. I will say, when we made a motion on the floor to have $1 million line of credit, I voted against it. I wanted to stay at 500. At this point, from what I understand, we're not using the whole 500,000 at this stage, and they don't really anticipate to use the $1 million, but I don't want to say that unless I had the finance lady here or the director here.
So if I could
I'd be happy to get that information for you.
between the rep on the board and even finance staff reach out to Quinte Waste Solutions just to find out whether they're dipping into that line of credit, how often. Because again, if it isn't happening very often, then why the increase of an extra $500,000? That tells me that they're dipping into the $500,000 and they need to go even further. So I'd like to to know that when we get into that section of the budget where we're dealing with it, that would be a question I'd really like to have. Thank you.
Yeah,
Answer.
and I can get that information. It's unfortunate, if I didn't know and they wanted some of this, I could have brought the last financial statement from the last month and had that here for you. So we can provide that fairly easily, because I can go home and get some of those figures, and the finance department can help me. Thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Chair. In the material that was provided to us in the budget package, I noted that in the financial statements, it was only budget to budget to budget. There was no actuals included in there. And as we all know, budgeting is what we aspire to be, and actuals is reality. So I think I feel like it's a bit misleading when we're comparing last year's budget to this year's budget without really understanding what was occurring throughout the year, and wondered if that was information that could be provided to us as well, in terms of, it will certainly signal to us some of the things that were the upward pressures that resulted in the increase to the amount that's going to be levied to board members. So
I'd be happy to have that for you, and so I'll work with Director of Finance to make sure we have all that. As I say, it's ready, available. If I'd have brought the information from last meeting, it would have been all there, so.
And out of respect for Councillor Thompson, we're putting you on the spot.
Yes.
But I'm curious, is there a reason why there's no one here from Quinte Waste Solutions to actually talk to and present the outcomes from this?
No particular reason. In the past, I don't think we've ever had anybody here from Quinte Waste Solutions, so it's probably just a thing that's gone on, and I guess what I would have hoped, that if councillors had some questions, if they'd let me know, I certainly could have arranged for somebody to be here. Okay?
Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, so council will now go into committee of the whole with myself in the chair, recommends and resolutions with myself. Moved by Councillor Carr, Councillor Alsop, all in favor, carried. Now we have reports, presentation from the treasurer. After lunch. Yeah.
Good morning. Never a good situation to be in between lunch and presentation.
State
after Doug Stevenson.
Your position and who you are. So, no.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm very pleased to present the Mayor's proposed 2024 operating budget. I'd like to thank all the managers and directors who worked diligently to develop this budget, as well as Mayor and Council for their guidance in the budget that's brought forward today. This is a very challenging budget, and I truly appreciate all the diligent work of everyone. Specifically, I'd like to single out Brianne McNevin, Kyle Bertrand, and our finance support staff for their dedicated work to bring this budget forward. Throughout the presentation, any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to get you the answer if available. For the 2024 operating budget, the city has adopted the Strong Mayor's timeline. A detailed council report is included in the budget package, providing more information on the requirements of the legislation. While following this legislation, the budget and financial controls policy were still maintained and followed. Through the Finance Committee, the budget and financial controls policy was updated this year. This provided a more robust budget process, including departmental plan development for additional education, transparency, and accountability, enhancements of community engagement and feedback activities, and the development of operating budget guidelines. As noted, additional information and feedback mechanisms were included in this year's budget. Our first survey assisted in gauging the priorities of the community and the level of investment in departmental categories. With this feedback, the guidelines for the operating budget were developed. The second survey provided feedback on the proposed operating budget in front of you today. Feedback provided highlights for a desire to reduce taxes, tax increases, social services and addressing homelessness, doctor recruitment initiatives, affordable housing, and additional information regarding the level of service for police services. The full operating survey report is available on the city's website and can be accessed at www.belleville.ca/budget. The council guidelines established for the operating budget were to bring forward an operating budget with a residential property tax increase not to exceed 5%. Utilize public feedback in the prioritization of budget items. Focus and prioritize legislative health and safety and maintenance of service level issues. And only bring forward capital contribution investments at a moderate level. These guidelines were very important and guided the development of the 2024 operating budget. As part of the community feedback utilized, significant and target investments were made in the top 5 service areas. These included doctor recruitment, policing, building planning and development, social housing that's provided by Hastings County, and economic development. Enhancements to the doctor recruitment policy were made to maximize investment in this area, and a budget of almost $600,000 in incentives is made available through the budget. Policing, building, planning, and development, and social housing are all areas with increased city investment to better support community safety and critical housing needs. Social housing is a provincial responsibility delivered through Hastings County. The city provides significant funding to support approximately 1,500 housing units in their portfolio, rent supplement programs, and additional housing services. Currently, the community's needs outpace capacity, and Hastings County wait list for social housing is approximately 3,000 households. These 2024 investments show a strong commitment to align the budget and the initiatives in them with the needs of the community. The city's overall operating budget is $197.5 million, with an additional $18.9 million collected for education taxes. The proposed tax-supported city budget is $161.4 million, and the user rate supported portion, 36.1. There is an increase in the overall city budget of 5.38%. Budget increases are primarily in the tax-funded area and have been driven by a variety of factors that will be covered in the following slides. Under the tax-supported section of the budget, the total funding required is $161.4 million and is funded by a number of revenue sources, including property taxation. Other taxation represents amounts such as payments in lieu of taxes, government to government and other agencies, from government and other agencies, education taxes that are maintained by the municipality, supplemental taxes, and write-offs. In 2024, supplemental tax growth is projected to increase significantly. A reduction can be expected in the fall year, however, this growth should hit the year-end assessment roll. Departmental revenue includes user fees and charges for things like planning and development fees, recreational facilities, transit fares, and others. Increases in these revenues have been driven by increased recreational facility rentals, as well as program revenue. A new automated speed enforcement fines will help increase that revenue source as well as advertising income in transit. In line with appropriate financing strategies and policies, transfers from reserves are utilized to offset one-time expenditures. Decreases have been seen in the DC exemption funding required. However, increased utilization in other funding areas is utilized for social and environmental initiatives in the year. The increase in conditional grant funding is associated with the Housing Accelerator funding budgeted in 2024. Initiatives are outlined in the operating issues, with projects contingent on the funding to move forward. Cumulatively, these revenue sources help reduce the tax-supported budget by $36.2 million, leaving a residual $125.2 million to be financed through property taxation. The above table outlines the changes in the amounts of property tax funding required in 2024, broken down by area. The 2024 proposed tax levy is approximately 7.3 million, or 6.22% higher than 2023. As can be seen, the base budget adjustments, city boards, and external agency costs are driving increases in this year's budget. Base budget adjustments account for 2.5 million, or 2.15%, with operating issues making up 4.8 million, or 4.07% of the increase. For these base budget adjustments, these are adjustments that represent city funding that's required to carry on existing programs at the same level of service. Base budget adjustments in 2024 total approximately $2.5 million. Pre-approved budget increases predominantly relate to NG 911 fire dispatch transition. Contractual service agreements are also an impactful base budget adjustment. They're driven by required compensation agreement increases, as well as approved increases in contractual service agreements. Capital financing increases relate to capital contributions required for new infrastructure and additional debt servicing through the city's debt issuance in December. Very exciting for 2024 is that we're realizing some significant decreases in the operating revenue and cost impacts. Decreases in these base budget adjustments primarily relate to estimated increases in supplemental tax revenue, improvements in the general government cost allocation methodology, and approved user fee increases that have been approved in December. The prior year issues, the last item there, largely relates to the annualization of 2023 issues, as well as the reversal of the tax rate stabilization revenue that was utilized in 2023. A more detailed breakdown of these adjustments is also included in your budget package. The operating issues help highlight new commitments of resources, allowing council to review and decide on variations from the status quo. Changes to areas outside of the city's council's control, such as boards and external agencies, are also treated as operating issues. Where appropriate and to mitigate impact of one-time issues on taxation, transfers from reserves have been utilized, as well as grant funding leverage where possible. This chart provides the budget impact for each issue category. City boards includes the library and police boards and have increases totaling approximately $2.7 million, or 2.26%, which is primarily driven by police services at $2.6 million, or 2.18%. Where reasonable, external agency costs have been managed through one-time funding. However, provincially mandated services are seeing approximately a $1.2 million increase, driven by expected increases through hosting services costs. The remaining issues relate to those being brought forward by city departments. The total net increase from these areas represents 0.74% tax increase, or just under $900,000. The large majority of this is being associated with the asset management contributions that are required and recommended, and those are outlined in the asset management council report that's in your budget package as well. This graph provides the breakdown of the tax-supported budget by areas. City departments' proportion of the overall tax levy is decreased in the year, as increased requirements on external portfolios are outpacing those of the cities. Only 56% of the net levy is now utilized by the city. City boards account for 23% of the tax levy at a total of $28.8 million. Provincially mandated agencies' budgets account for 15.62% of the net tax levy, with the pressure in 2024 expected from the Hastings County Services portfolio. Special purpose body budget increased by 26.53% this year, resulting in an increase of 4.4% of the levy to 5.3%. In the past, approximately 60% of the operating budget was consumed by city departments. This percentage continues to decrease as external pressures consume higher amounts of the budget. The above chart graph outlines the tax-funded budget by functional expenditure category. 2023 is represented in orange, and the proposed 2024 budget in blue, with the increases and decreases identified by the gray line there. As can be seen, the general government costs have decreased in 2024, and this is largely a function of the reallocation of departmental costs within the portfolio. Steady increases in capital contributions continue to help meet our asset management planning requirements. Protective service portfolios is seeing the largest increase due to the pressures in both fire and police services. And highlighted to the right of the graph is health and social and family services, which are not typically core municipal services, and these costs of services are provided by external groups at about $19 million. The property assessment of the city is very important. It assigns values to properties, which are used to apply the approved tax rates to derive our property tax revenues. Growth in assessment helps bring down these tax increases as the costs are spread over a larger assessment base. Taxable assessment this year grew by 1.24%. For a few highlights in the portfolio, the residential assessment increased by 1.2% or $52.9 million. Assessment in this area slowed from prior year, however, still seeing strong growth in the Campton rural area with steady residential growth increases. Multi-residential provided a positive increase with new properties added. However, it's expected some growth may move to residential classification if they're transitioned to condos. Nonetheless, this growth is a positive step in line with the strategic housing priorities and the development of more housing units within the community. Farmland assessment has increased significantly this year. However, this is largely artificial, as MPAC's process for farmland assessment and on exemptions was adjusted this year, and the exemption process remains outstanding on the year-end roll. So we'll expect to see some processing of exemptions throughout the year, which will see a large portion of that assessment disappear. Additional information on the assessment's been included in the Manager of Taxation's Assessment Analysis Council report in your budget package. This graph details the total assessment as well as growth by billing table. The Belleville urban area maintains the largest assessment base, totaling approximately $5 billion or 74% of the overall assessment of the city. Growth in this area is fairly consistent with prior year at 0.51%. Campton urban has the smallest assessment base and has consistent growth at 1.15% this year. Campton rural continues to experience the highest growth at 6.5%. Adding $42.6 million of assessment, primarily driven through residential assessments. As mentioned, the farm assessment is providing some artificial growth, so the 0.94% assessment growth that's seen in the rural tax area is likely overstated. In this slide and the three others to follow, the tax impact of each table is broken down by the impact of reassessment as well as the 2024 budget increase. As can be seen for Belleville urban residential property tax class, the change in assessment has resulted in approximately a 1% decrease in the rate. The proposed 2024 operating budget produces an increase in the budget of 6.4% with an overall increase in the municipal rate of 5.4%. When taking into consideration the education rate and the overall tax increase to the Belleville urban residential taxpayer, this is a 4.92% increase or $215 for the year. For the impact on the assessment growth for the Campton urban tax table, again, we're seeing similar to Belleville urban with a 5.3% increase in the municipal rate. And when taking into consideration the overall tax increases in Campton urban, residential taxpayers paying 4.8% or $201 increase for the year. For the Campton rural residents property class, we're seeing a 4.4% increase in the municipal rate. The 2024 budget impact is less in this tax table as the rural services are not seeing as much of a level increase as some of the other portfolios in urban. When taking into consideration the education rate, the overall tax increase to the Campton rural resident is 3.92% or $151 for the year. For the rural residential property class, we're seeing a 3.4% increase in the municipal rate. Taking into consideration education, the overall tax increase for the rural resident is 3% increase. This is the smallest overall dollar impact as well at $98 for the year. So the next section contains the user rate funded portion of the budget and addresses water, wastewater, and parking operations. User rate funded portfolios fund all of their expenditures out of the fees that are charged for those particular operations. This table for the water revenues and expenditures shows an increase in the water billing revenue that's reflected of the 0.75% rate increase approved in December. Revenue increases are also present in interest income recognized under other revenue. However, larger decreases have occurred in this revenue source related to reserve funding reductions associated with development charge fee waivers. Expense decreases are largely associated with the same reduction for the expenditure side for DC fee waivers, with some offsetting increases to expenses associated with the allocated general government costs. Capital contributions are still being maintained and increased to ensure proper asset management planning, and breakdowns and details of these costs are also included in your budget package. This table provides the proposed wastewater revenue and expenditures budget for 2024. The 2024 metered revenues reflect the approved water surcharge increase of 7.85%. As with water, revenue decreases are associated with the reduced DC fee waiver reserve funding. Expense reductions are also associated with reduced DC fee waivers, with some offsetting increases on that general government cost allocation. Capital contributions have increased quite a bit in this portfolio, and that's required for our asset management for the capital improvements that are required under the wastewater infrastructure category. This table provides the breakdown of the 2024 parking revenue and expenditures. Increased expenditures continue to result in the parking operation running a deficit and requiring revenue to fund operations. If this is to continue in the future, the parking operation will require taxpayer subsidization, and a parking rate study is currently underway and will bring forward recommendations on appropriate rate funding strategy moving forward. Just a few closing remarks. The city continues to see budget pressures from external grants and service providers. Excluding the administrative grant program providing, the majority of these budget areas are related to provincial program delivery. These are programs that we have seen a great priority of the community, including doctor recruitment, social housing, and an integrated healthcare hub. Many community organizations are struggling with increased demand for service and limited increases to funding. The municipality runs a number of programs and receives requests from external agencies to provide funding frequently. These requests are usually related to very valuable, impactful community activities, however, fall outside of the core or direct municipal service delivery. We are forecasting increased pressures as well in future budget years through some legislative requirements from Bill 23 that are not represented on the slide. Overall, we would identify about $25.2 million of city's annual 2024 budget impacts are associated with these non-core municipal service. Following the budget adoption, tax bylaws are expected to be brought forward at the April 8th council meeting. Property bills are to be mailed out the week of May 13th. Remaining tax installments will be due as outlined in the final tax deadline dates of June 26th and September 26th, consistent with prior years. And the city will be continuing the process of reviewing parks and recreation, parking and building service user fee reviews. Reassessment was originally scheduled for January 1st, 2020, but remains outstanding, and we're awaiting direction on the province for how reassessment will occur. Asset management will continue throughout this year as we work towards our July 2024 deadline. We'll be looking to plan to enhance the long-term capital plan. We'll be looking to this plan to help enhance the long-term capital planning for the city. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to.
You just explained parking, that it's going on the operating. Is that this year or next year if we don't do something?
to the mayor. Currently, it's coming from it's coming from the parking reserve fund. There's just over a projected balance of just under $300,000 in the reserve fund. So it will not be on taxation or the taxpayers this year, but if we continue to see increased expenditures and revenues not keeping pace, we will eventually be into a taxpayer-funded position.
In the next budget, you're figuring?
The next budget or the one after.
Okay. Councillor Millet?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Ferguson. Good work, Brandon. That's it's an ambitious budget this year. Question on your issues report. You note that a report will be provided upon final approval of Hastings County budgets, which it takes place after the city budget is adopted. With any over or under budgeted amounts expected to be funded by the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund. And what's the total in that fund at this point? Do you have a ballpark?
I do. Through the chair to Councillor Millet, that is a reserve fund that's at about $3.3 million in projected for 2024, given all of the requirements that are currently in the budget, excluding the potential motion that was added post-budget.
And sorry.
So that is a reserve fund that we did implement some policy through the Finance Committee recently as well. So it is one that we'll be very cautious utilizing in the future, as it has been reduced significantly over the years. So it's not one that I take lightly using.
And that's my concern, if I may, that for a long time that was seen as, well, you will use the tax rate stabilization fund. It almost, for lack of a better term, became not quite a slush fund, but it was dipped. That well was visited quite often. Did I see anywhere the replenishment of that fund in any way this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Millet. So great questions and good timing as well. As part of the Finance Committee, we also passed some policy that will be coming to Council shortly with respect to our surplus allocation and how that gets done. Last year, about 50%, we did a 50% split between asset management as well as the tax rate stabilization reserve fund. We have not projected those amounts in there. We like to make sure that they're secured and accurate before we start committing that funding, but there are some surplus allocation expectations for 2023 that will help increase that budget. As well in the 2024 budget, any surplus allocations through that policy would be made as well. And we always look towards our tax funding supplemental and write-off budgets as a bit of a stabilization budgets. We budget in there to ensure that we can put some funds away through tax rate stabilization. The original intent really being to make sure that we could manage our assessment at risk so that those funds would be available for large write-offs.
Okay, good. And one further quick question, if I may, Your Worship. The issue of multi-res and the taxation income derived from the condominium. As a word guy, I've never figured out how to, the condominiumization of these units. That may or may not be a word. Condominiumization? Well, the conversion of rental units to condos, if you will. That's happening with greater regularity as owners of multi-res are finding it's cheaper or it saves them money on taxes to condominiumize their buildings. Is there any indication that the province is moving to do any legislative changes to make that harder to do in light of the current housing crunch that we're in?
Through the chair to Councillor Millet, I'm not aware of that. In fact, we have had more pressure on what's referred to as the tax ratios to reduce that. There is, as you referenced, some advantages to moving out and making them condos. So a few years ago, the province reduced how much we could have that ratio at, and we did have to decrease that. We haven't heard anything or seen anything since then, but that's usually the mechanism that they're moving to make those condos. I would suggest the province, if they were looking at anything, may reduce that, look at us to reduce that ratio in the future, but I've not heard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick follow-on to the line of questioning from my colleague, Councillor Millette, as it relates to the Tax Rate Stabilization Fund. Could you give us sort of a recent historical perspective on the performance of that account, where we were, say, last 3 or 4 years and where we are now, and what you think would be a reasonable maintenance level of that?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Alsop. We did have a bit of a buildup of that fund, peaking in the last few years around $15 million. So that's now been used. The heavy utilization has been seen through the development charge fee waiver impacts that have been on the budget, as well as that fund. That's now at $3.3 million. However, we do want to try to, through the policy and the surplus allocation policy that will be coming forward, help stabilize the tax rate stabilization. And we're looking at, I believe, like another $6 million shortfall that we'd be looking to bring that balance back up to, which will require less utilization of the funds moving forward.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-on. So a $6 million shortfall. So does that mean that we're looking to maintain a position of about $9 or $10 million in that fund?
That does.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on a question from Councillor Millette, if I may, as it relates to the social housing component, which we've projected to be at 7%, but as we all know, Hastings County has not yet even done a budget review, let alone finalized it. While it was suggested that tax rate stabilization would be the option to look at, I think for all of us gaining an understanding of that may not be the most prudent approach. Is there a potential that we would have to, if that wasn't an option, is there somewhere else that we could look at it beyond reopening the taxpayer rates?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, absolutely. Opening back up tax rates would be an absolute last resort. We do have a number of other reserve funds that could provide an option. The tax rate stabilization really would serve as the most appropriate fund, given the nature of it, but there are others that, if we were looking at borrowing from the funds or utilizing them from other places, that we could look and come up with recommendations associated with that.
The next item I have was on the operating issues page, more of a positive I want to express kudos and my thanks to all of the city staff and the finance department. When you look at the issues page, the ones related to city departments, things within our control, it is less than 0.5%. And I think it's noteworthy when you look at all of the upward pressures that we are experiencing, and specifically as it relates to issues that'll be coming forward in our discussion, the fact that the city is only 0.5% is, I think, newsworthy. So thank you to all staff. My last observation, and I know we've talked a lot about this in different ways, but the external budget pressures, the non-municipal services, to me it was eye-opening when I saw the $25.3 million that are taxpayer funded, that we wrestle with, we review as a council, and we make decisions on as a council, that in reality have nothing to do with anything that we as a municipality are charged for. And so I think it's important, if only speaking to those listening, that number is not inconsequential. And so when we reach out to the province and say, we need your help, and when AMO reaches out and suggests that we need to perhaps sit down with the province and reconsider the funding model as it exists here, it's this kind of number that we're talking about. if we're 25, more than 25 million in the city of Belleville, the municipality of Belleville, it is considerably higher. It goes proportionately. And so I think it behooves us to, have that conversation with our provincial MPPs, of which we have 2, to sit down and explain to them that oft times when we are reaching out for support of things, it is because over the course of years since the amalgamation, all of these services have been very discreetly and very quietly downloaded to us as a municipality. And I think it's worth starting to have that conversation again. So thank you for that page, Director. Like I said, it was eye-opening for me, that the significance of that particular number. And I think we as a council and our residents in general really need to start paying attention to just how much is not really going to fund services here in the municipality that we are responsible for. I want to clarify that we are responsible for. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through you, and just want to say thank you to Director Ferguson and all of his staff and all city staff. I echo what Councillor Brown has said about the small amount that the city has actually put through in this budget. And I pulled out the page. Yes. It's pretty evident, $25.3 million of funding that goes out that's non-municipal services that we do because people come and ask, I think is kind of the long and short of it. Is it fair to say that a lot of this has depleted our stabilization fund?
Through the chair to Councillor Enright Miller, some of those initiatives in particular would be utilization of reserve funds have been done. Affordable housing, like the DC fee waivers, obviously, as discussed, and some of our external agency funding comes through reserves. However, the health service and social services are usually directly through taxation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Ferguson, and your entire finance team. This is my 13th budget, and I've seen it evolve, and I've seen presentations evolve. The level of detail that you're presenting to council, but also the public, and the public engagement that's coming through finance department and public education as well, is critical for everyone to understand the complexities of the finance environment and what we face as a municipal council. I just want to go back to slide 10 if I could, where you just break down by taxation the operating issues. I bring this up from time to time, so I'm going to ask the question and I think you'll know the answer. It's with respect to city and boards. Police and library get lumped into the same category, but obviously 2 distinct operations that do different things. And certainly the finances that go with it are vastly different. Is it safe to say that looking at the tax impact of 2.26 for city boards, that 0.08% is attributable to the library as a tax impact, and 2.18% is attributable to the police as a tax impact?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. And then if I could just go to slide 11, which kind of breaks down, and I did note the cautiousness in your tone. As we work together, I can read the tone. The smile stays the same, but the tone is, I'm starting to pick up on it. Where you point out that city departments have a 56% really control, and you're seeing that continuing to erode, and certainly over my 13 budgets, I continue to see that pie start to take different shape, and the city's portion of which we have true control gets smaller and smaller, likely from some subtle downloading, as my colleague had mentioned. Again, focusing on city boards, library, and police, is it safe to say that the percentage of the total budget for city boards, it's 2.12% for library and 20.87% for police?
Through the chair, that is correct. That is the correct breakdown.
Okay,
those,
thank
yeah.
you. We get lumped in, and I say we, I chair the library board, that just demonstrating within those 2 groups, there's one bigger animal than the other. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I'm going to make a sort of a statement on when we talk about external agencies, handing in a budget, and it's only part of our budget, and it is only part of our budget, but we gotta remember, we're a two-tier government when it comes to the external agencies like community services, EMS, long-term care. Without those, we would have to maintain those. Is that correct? If we were a two-tier system, the housing and everything would have to be under our roof, right?
The clerk?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson. To an extent, that's correct. At Amalgamation, as most folks are aware, the province set up the consolidated service manager model, and the county is the designated service manager for the city of Belleville. If that model wasn't in place and the city of Belleville was a single tier on their own, like some of the large urban, city of Toronto, we're on our own for the provision of that social services suite of services, including housing. Yes, we would be on our own for the provision of those services. Inversely, if we had been designated the consolidated service manager, the lower tiers in Hastings County might be providing us annual funding for the budget and the provision of those services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? If not, you're still up, I think, for a minute. I'm just gonna do a roll call on the next ones here also. Motion to accept, sorry. Councillor Chatton, Councillor Alsop, all in favor? Carried. So I'll just go down here, 8.2A, anybody wanna speak on that? Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull them all and pass. I'm gonna go down the whole thing.
Sure.
So we got 8.2A. 8A3? 8A3, okay. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to save time here for lunch. 8A4? Okay. 8A5? 8A6? 8A7? 8A8, okay, you writing these down for me? 8A9,
Could I pull?
yep. 8A, okay, that's it then. So pass everything except, and Matt, you'll have to help me out on this, is 8A2, 8A3 we pulled. 8A8 and 8A9, is that 4? Everybody's got that? Okay, so pass everything but that. Councillor Alsop, Councillor Chatton, all in favor? Carried. Okay, then Councillor Carr, we've got 5 minutes. Maybe we'll just run a couple of these off for lunch, before lunch. Everybody okay with that? To go noon? Okay, operating budget, strong mayor timeline. Councillor Carr.
I'll move to receive it, and then I'll speak to it.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Alsop.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to, I guess the Director of Finance on this one. It was touched on, but we're waiting on some outside agencies. Hastings County in particular haven't done their budget yet. We've got a placeholder in there in terms of, I guess maybe what we're hoping the increase is. I don't know. Whether it's an aim high and hope for the best. And I am concerned about our tax rate stabilization reserve. The question I have is related to this, that everything's obviously been rushed and compressed. And did we have enough time with the rollout of this legislation to notify all the agencies and external departments of which we rely on their information in order for the mayor to put together a budget to present to council, but also to be made public? And then obviously there's a timeline with respect to some amendments and vetoes and vetoes of vetoes and all the rest of that fun stuff that comes in a very new system. Was there enough time to notify departments in order to organize themselves externally?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I would, on the whole, say yes. It was I don't want to say a rush process, but we did need to reorganize and accelerate our timeline, so even internally for staff. But we did reach out and we worked very well with our external partners. Most of them do have some of their budgetary processes in advance anyways, and we've received them well in advance of the previous timeline, but also in advance of the existing timeline. It still worked. As you mentioned, the one that sticks out is Hastings County. Their timeline is more on the back end of our prior timeline, so it was more challenging. But what I can say is that we worked hand in hand with Hastings County. So these numbers that we're looking at in these estimates, we do have some faith in, and with all budget, they are estimates. We have others in there where we don't have necessarily firm confirmation of exactly what the expenditures would look like. So we are comfortable with the expenses in there, and I've had some good conversations with Hastings County. The other piece too, for it being the main outlier, is we do have representation. So we will be, we do have some control over what those increases might come back at. So being more in the driver's seat and moving those percentages as opposed to getting them on the back end.
Okay, thank you. And just the second question, and my final question is in terms of process going forward, like anything that's new that's rolled out and certainly unique for any democratic society is this process. But do you see next year with having a full runway of time that external agencies would be able to shift their budgets in order to fall into line with what we have to endure? And the reason why I ask that, and I'm just speculating, but I envision that probably next year smaller municipalities below the 50,000 threshold will likely get strong mayor powers. I think it's being handed out a little bit like candy, so I could see Quinte Waste falling in that category. Do you see external agencies being able to expedite if they've got enough time to fall into this new budget process?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I think on the whole, yes, we'll see them be able to expedite to our timelines. Save and accept. Probably Hastings County. We may see some forward escalation. I hope to work with them on that. I just am fairly aware that they're driven a lot through provincial funding, and they would have a high contingency or risk potential. I can't speak to the budget setting process. When they look at doing their budget, it may be more of a challenge to expedite those budget timelines for them, but we'll continue to work with them ourselves, as well as Quinte Waste did escalate our budget timeline, and I think have been able to successfully work through the timelines with Hastings County.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the fact, and I'm not putting any blame on Hastings County, and as you rightfully have pointed out, that they rely on provincial funding, and their fiscal year runs April 1st to March 31st, and therefore it would impact that cycle. I guess it just kind of goes to show the misalignment and the thought process that maybe missed the mark with strong mayor powers. Is there's this push to do this way, but then not looking at the full consequences of how this unfolds. And for municipalities, particularly as we're grouped together and fund things as a group, that they're not thinking about the fact the province isn't, that there's other variables in play. So obviously, perhaps maybe a conversation we need to have with our two MPPs and just let them know that this is one consequence of that legislation. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. And we'll just do one more before lunch. Is 8A3, and Councillor Carr, you pulled that?
Yeah, I'll move to receive.
Second by Councillor Ossopp.
Yep, thank you. So with regards to the property assessment analysis and in particularly assessment at risk, and having been in the place for a while here, I know that red flag gets flown every year, and rightfully so. If I look at page 4 of that report, it shows that for 2023, on reconsideration and appeals, there's an assessment outstanding of 263 million with impact of approximately 8.3 million in municipal taxes. Am I reading that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So if those reconsideration and appeals were successful, and that would be taxation that we run the risk of not gaining as revenue, would that be the 8.3 million that we would pull from the tax stabilization fund, which sits at 3.5 million now because we have drawn down at it too many times?
Through the chair, the tax rate stabilization is the fund, as mentioned, that we look towards having funds in associated with assessment at risk. So that would be the funding pot that we'd look at. We also do establish in our year end some allowances in our financial statements, so some liabilities that also would help buffer that, as we're required to from PSAP perspective. I can't go into detail too much on the individual properties or the expectations of those appeal decisions, but yes, those would be the funds that we'd be looking for to help.
Okay, thank you. And last question is, so obviously we have to be mindful of what sits out there as an uncontrollable to a certain degree and make sure we're funding that accordingly. So the tax rate stabilization fund has to be one that's protected quite vigorously. Just in your history with the city, what have you seen in terms of larger appeals? Again, no specific properties, but just larger appeals that you've seen where they have appealed their assessment. I know for a while there were law firms going up and down the 401 appealing commercial assessments and basically only taking a fee if they're successful, and they had been successful quite a bit. What have you seen in terms of trends on some of those larger assessments where appeals have been won?
Through the chair, good question. That is, we had seen that in the past. Those have largely run their course, or they did. We did see those kind of cascade through our assessment base. So the ones currently outstanding wouldn't typically be that. We have had some properties in the past with some larger assessment appeals, but we're seeing less and less of that in the portfolio as those are corrected and the write-offs from those appeals take place. The future assessment is calculated accordingly. So we have seen less of that, and that's why we are down to 2 in the number of outstanding appeals.
But in terms of appeals that were successful, have we seen appeals in the past where the reassessment results in a $1 million change in terms of taxation or larger amounts?
In the past, we have seen some of these that, may have exposure beyond $1 million. They're more few and far between, but we do like to, again, that tax rate stabilization and the estimates that we keep for a liability on that, we do like to build that buffer, and that's what that reserve is for those spikes, for the larger hits on assessment.
And just last question, we've been parked at 2016 assessments for a period of time and continue to be, but I think everybody, your homeowner, your commercial owner, and certainly as council, we're bracing for the next round, particularly when we see the overinflated retail cost of housing, for example. But that obviously trickles through all spectrums of real estate. Do you see appeals becoming an issue in the future? Again, with not any accuracy, but every time there's a new assessment period, does the appeals tend to fluctuate? More appeals, more outstanding risk in terms of reassessments and appeals being won?
Through the chair, Councillor Carr, yes, the reassessment will be a challenge, both in terms of it being challenged through appeal and request for reconsideration, as well as for the education requirements. and any potential impacts between classifications that are assessed differently. That is always, we will see a lot of more administrative requirement for the explanation and identification of changes in the assessment, and naturally we will see additional appeals.
Okay, and last question. So I guess it's safe to say that, you know, we've seen the appeals go down because of the stabilization of the assessment from 2016, but as that reassessment occurs, it's going to go up. So we shouldn't really rest on our laurels here to think that all is good in the world, but we should actually be a little bit more prudent in terms of making sure we have money for those assessments and protecting the tax rate stabilization for the impending storm that could come at the front end of a reassessment period?
Through the chair, to Councilor Garrett, absolutely, and I think, you know, as we mentioned, coming through the Finance Committee, thank you, we did get approved some additional policy and targeted rates that we'll be looking to set those goalposts to make sure that we're funding accordingly, so that if the storm happens, we're ready. I think the other piece of that too is we'll be very prudent when we're doing the budget as well, because if we're seeing assessment changes and if it is growth related, which is where you'll see appeals where taxation is higher, regardless of where the assessment goes, if we're garnering higher tax revenues, that's what will ultimately likely be at risk to us, making sure that we budget accordingly to protect and make sure that some of those revenues are managed in our reserves and set aside, so that when or if they are appealed, we have reasonable stability to be able to fund those.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for giving us the fiscal guidance to be prudent and to be prepared for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? All in favor? Carried. We'll break till just after 1 for lunch. left off at 8A, if I'm correct. Councillor Thompson, you wanted to move this, seconded by Councillor Alsop. Garnet, the floor is yours.
I'm going to refer to pages 159 through to 168. And really, and it's nothing against the hiring of the two, or moving 4 part-timers to two full-time personnel, which is great. My concern is, and we need to look at it, it's too late for this year, the budget's been done, but I want to make a statement and be on the record that we need more boots on the ground to do our road work, our sidewalk routes, our parks and recreation. All those need to be looked at, and I've asked Director Mr. Reed in the past to look at more boots in the ground. This is great, but this isn't adding any boots in the ground. Our city is growing. We're putting more roads in, more sidewalks in, and in the last couple of years, we haven't added any new capital for sidewalks and plows. This is a real concern of mine, so I'm going to approve it. I just want to make sure that everybody that I brought it up, that we need more boots in the ground, and I'm going to ask the director for next year to provide me with some figures, why he doesn't need new boots in the ground, or where we can get some more boots in the ground. But for this budget, I'll approve this, but that's a real concern of mine for boots in the ground. Thank you.
Okay, I did get a second on that, I think. All in favor? Carried. Next, I believe, Barb, you pulled 8A9, seconded by Councillor Alsop. Or did you pull it? Barb pulled it, right?
Yeah, Barb.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a friendly amendment, if I may, to the motion, leaving the motion as written, but just add to it. But before I do that, just a little rationale behind it. We all received the report from the Humane Society. It appears that the number of animal intakes versus the cost to care for them is a little bit lopsided. So I was wondering if we could make an amendment to this motion to read that staff be directed to review the pound contract with the Humane Society to see if the service contracts, terms and conditions, including level of service and cost to provide those services, needs to be renegotiated or adjusted.
Okay, that's, did we put the original amendment on the floor? Yeah, we did. So seconded, okay. Anybody second the amendment? Yeah, so friendly amendment, Tyler. Discussion on the amendment. Barb, Chris?
Just a question, through you. Can we just slowly walk back what that amendment is again? Just renegotiate the pound contract?
Yes, so the
So-
pound contract as written is for $50,000. And we
Yes.
received the report from the Humane Society, and they gave us the numbers of what each animal costs them. It's lopsided, so they're not recouping enough from that pound contract in their estimation. And they would like it revisited with us. It's not due till 2025. Both parties can agree to open it up and look at it again, if need be. So that was the request, and I'm...
Okay, just to clarify my question then, I guess is, the motion remains that council approve, yada, 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 be
Yes.
amended from a term of 10 years to 20 years, and that we renegotiate for the 2025 budget, is that correct?
That we open up the contract to have staff and Humane Society look at it to possibly be renegotiated.
Okay, my only concern is, we're all about today setting definite targets. Is it okay to put that verbiage in, if I could ask that through you to
Treasurer?
Treasurer?
Through the chair to Councillor Millette. That verbiage for coming back with the staff report is okay, is fine. What it does is it would create a challenge for any 2024 changes or funding that would need to be addressed when a staff report came forward, but would allow time to look at the contracts, levels of
service and specifics around that contract and come back with a recommendation.
Yeah, and that's, thank you, through your worship, that's my only concern, is that it just, we're dealing in finite figures, more or less, through this whole exercise, and to leave it open-ended like that, I'm just concerned that this does affect somehow how we, like, I want to do the right thing by the Humane Society, but I just don't know if we leave this open-ended discussion in the middle of a finite exercise is what kind of troubles me. But you say that we can, and it's doable then, Mr. Ferguson?
Through the chair to Councillor Millette, we can definitely come back with a staff report. As I mentioned, we will be setting a finite budget for 2024 operations, so that would be in alignment with the existing contractual requirements and amounts. So we would do the review and come back, but yes, raising additional funds or providing additional will be challenging for 2024. The contract does go until December 31st, 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody? Pardon me, Councillor Thompson?
I've only got, I agree 100% by looking at the contract. Is the word open the contract or open the contract in that wording? Because I don't want it specifically to say we're opening the contract. That's,
On the amendment, I guess, did you wrote it down?
Through the chair, and certainly Councillor Henry Miller can correct me, but I've got that staff review the contract, and the level of service needs to be revisited and renegotiated.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
yes, it does, but, and I agree with looking at it, I'm just concerned about the wording. In your estimation, we're safe, we're not opening ourselves up here right now, are we, with that wording? Mr. McDonald, correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Thompson, the current contract allows for it to be, current contract to be opened at mutually agreed to by both parties. I think the intent of the motion is to open discussion between both parties to the effectiveness of the current agreement for both parties. Certainly we've heard loud and clear from the Humane Society that move to the current location and the volume of animals coming from the city of Belleville under the terms and conditions of the current contract is not providing them sufficient funds to operate. Capacity there and the volume based on the money that is paid by the city isn't sufficient. And I think from our perspective, we've met with them a number of times, staff level. It sounds like if council goes down this route, they're asking us to look at it from the city's perspective, look at the level of service, and get direction from council about what the level of service council expects, the level of funds that council wants to expend on the service, and the expectations of the city on the service. And certainly we wouldn't do that in a vacuum and commit the city to anything prior to coming back for approval.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alsop?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and certainly to the motion that was made by Councillor Enright Miller. When looking at the expenditures related to the animals taken in under the pound contract, I believe our current contract represents about 12 to 15% of the actual cost to service those animals and take care of them. So it does appear that there's a significant deficit in regards to the funding of that contract, which I think we saw in the letter they provided. They were looking to have funded at a much higher level. My question is that given that if we ask the staff bring a report back, it will come in after budget, and then we likely won't have funds available to renegotiate if that was the decision that was made. If that happened, where would we get the funds from? Would be my first part of that question. Are you going to say tax rate stabilization fund? Yes, through you.
To the chair, Councillor Alsop. Usually for expenditures throughout the year for a budget year, we would look to the tax rate stabilization reserve fund to stabilize the rate so that we didn't have to go out to do another tax levy. There may be some other alternatives, but that would usually be the applicable funding source.
Thank you. And then I had a follow-on question because, you know, certainly that's a fund that we've discussed several times today, may even come up later. That doesn't have a lot of funding associated with it right now, and there's a lot of demands on that fund. During COVID, with a number of other city contracts, particularly Belleville Senators and some others, payments were paused during that period of time. What would be the effect of pausing the loan payments to the Humane Society until the contract was renegotiated?
Through the chair, Councillor Alsop, that's about $50,000 a year that we pay. So potentially $50,000. I can't imagine the contract would take way more than that time to negotiate, or $4,200 a month if we negotiate expediently.
So the contract is for $50,000 for pound expenses. What I'm requesting is if the loan repayment was paused until such a point that the pound contract was renegotiated. That way it would provide them some relief in the interim until they get the renegotiation, which they would need to then fund and prevent deficits in the future.
Through the chair, to Councillor Alsop, I believe the payments right now are about $20,000. The existing amendment would cut them in half, $10,000, to allow some additional flexibility. That could be an option. The motion that was, sorry, $5,500 per month. The motion that was brought would cut them to provide some, but would save another $5,500 per month if there were no payments until renegotiated.
Yes, I would like to propose that as a friendly amendment, if you're in favor of that. And I would be happy to clarify that last part if needed.
Through the chair to council, my understanding of the amendment to the amendment is proposing to pause the monthly loan repayment payment for the period until renegotiated. Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, is there any possibility of putting a deadline or like an end date to that renegotiation in that case?
Well, from my perspective, the contract is to be renegotiated based on the contractual guidelines. Was it the 31st of December or the 31st of January 2025? Yeah, so that would effectively, you know, we're going to renegotiate it then anyways. So in the interim, if when the renegotiation doesn't occur, it would pause the loan repayments, give them a little bit more breathing room until such a time as it is renegotiated. So that would effectively be the deadline because we know there'll be a negotiation at that time.
Thank you. Further to that, my concern is just that that number of months multiplied by how many months that payment, sorry, the loan repayment dollar amount. If we actually calculate that out to December, what is the risk that we stand to lose? If I can ask that. Up to December, sorry.
Yes, through the chair to, Councillor Chat. I apologize. Trying to get the answers as well. Let's talk. The total payments for that would be $188,000.
So the risk to us is $180,000, $180,000 of lost revenue.
So, through the chair to Councillor Chatton. So it wouldn't be lost revenue. It wouldn't be a revenue source. It's a loan that we've made out, so they're repaying it. It would mean that we would still have that outstanding liability. They would still be required to make those payments. This is an interest-free loan as well, so we're not losing any interest.
we wouldn't be losing any interest. That would be our revenue loss, if it was garnering a return.
So, we wouldn't actually be out anything, that would just be tacked on to the end of whatever the regular end date was. Okay, that's fine, sorry, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so we'll vote on the amending. Did you wanna hear it again, or we're good? Garnet, or Councilor Thompson?
I'd still like, I don't dispute we need to look at it, but I'd be happy with the original motion that we relook at the contract and leave it at that. So I can't agree with the amendment, so.
Okay, we'll call a vote then. All in favor of the amendment? Failed. Okay, so the original motion, all in favor of the original motion? Carried. Okay, so that, I believe, finishes that, so we're going in camera. I need a motion to move in camera. again? Where'd we end? Draft department operating plans, right? Before we get started, I just want to call somebody out in the audience. We have the new manager of recreation services, Tracy Newton. Do you want to stand up? Congratulations. And I know you're replacing Mark Wilson. He knew I was going to do this, so he's running and hiding behind a chair back there. So congratulations on your new position, and we're looking forward to giving you a hassle all the time. So what's your handicap and score in golf? You got it like -2 maybe? So, yeah. I told you we need somebody, we need a scratch golfer. Okay, so moving on, we have departmental operating plans. Questions on this? Okay, so we'll move this and approve it. Moved by Councillor Alsop, Councillor Carr.
Were you deciding or guessing names?
I just, my brain's a fog. All in favor? Carried. See, it's hard when you call in council, you gotta call yourself a councillor, and then in life, you call yourself Paul, so I mean, that's just, Garnet writes them down on his desk, that's, I'm gonna have to get the piece of paper, right? There were sometimes I'd look right at Garnet, and then I'd say Councillor Lafferty, right? And so, yeah, things like that, but he does look like Tom. Proposed budget-based adjustments, tax supported 8812, resolution, base adjustments be supported and approved, moved by Councillor Alsop, Councillor Brown, discussion. All in favor, carried. So now I think we go to the sheets. Is that where I'm pointing to? Okay. And I think it's the big first ones here with the green and all that. Am I on the right page? So if it's okay with council, we'll just do them blocks, I guess. So everybody on their page, it's 23 tax supported debt, or 24 operating budget issue summaries on the first big pullout. And so we'll do the first block is A down to D1, or pardon me, B down to B5. Okay, questions on any of that? Okay, we'll move to D, and ooh, we have a lot here, so we could we'll just go 1 to, well, I'll say 115, and any you want to pull out? Councillor Thompson?
I just need clarification from Mr. Ferguson. I have an item that I want to amend. What department will I put that in?
That was the downtown. At the end. Yep. Okay, so Councillor Alsop?
Just on D27, Quinte Arts Council, are we there?
Yeah.
We're there. Just wanted to note the expenditure of $5,000 is an increase from the previous year.
Treasurer?
Through the chair to Councillor Alsop, yeah, $5,000 is the increase from prior.
Wonderful. I'm just happy to see that. It's something that I've asked for in the past. In the previous council, we weren't able to get it, but this is very exciting. I think they deserve the funding, and very happy to see that. So
Motion to remove, Councillor Alsop, seconded by, oh, pardon me. A little giddy here, but what are we going to do with it? Okay. Oh, okay, so, can we just pull that and we'll get it to, should we just pull it probably and then do it when we do the air show, or? Okay, any more to talk about, and then I've got to come back to one. Councillor Brown.
I'd just like to clarify D213, the bridge.
The bridge,
The
okay.
$1 million, is that the $1 million that was previously committed?
Yep, the original, yes.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so you guys stop me if I'm explaining this wrong. We have a letter in here for the airbase air show in the agenda for $25,000. I think the recommendation from staff was to defer that and send it to Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board. And if you want to speak on that, Treasurer.
through the chair to all of council. Yes, we did have some discussions with Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, and Doug was kind enough to point that out. That this being a regional tourism related activity, that was an item that we have funds set aside associated with the city of Belleville activities, that could be funded through that organization.
Okay, questions to that? Councillor Millet?
So further to that, through you, your worship, to the treasurer, so that 25K wouldn't come off our bottom line, it would come out of BQ, Bay Quinte Regional Marketing Board?
Through the chair to Councillor Millet, yes, and as part of that section and why we took it out on D2-2 is contractually we have an agreement with them to manage the MAT revenues, and they would be receiving 50% of the MAT, so out of that portion, they identify how to allocate that.
Yep,
So,
Having been to a number of these and knowing the way they promote it and the layout and the on and on and on, as per the letter from the wing commander or whomever, if we do that through the marketing board, I know that part of the agreement is that city logos would be on as sponsors of this, that, and the other. Do we still get that kind of a promotional kick, if you will, if it's done through the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board?
Okay, back to you.
through the chair to Councillor Millet, this is definitely something that we can speak with Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board. I think it is funds that are specific to us, so we could also identify that those funds come from that agency to us, then back out from us.
Yeah, because I'd hate, further to just my last point on this, and I don't want to drag this cat through the street. Sorry for the visual. No, but my point being that if other municipalities are going to be recognized in promotional material, advertising, you know, on wall boards at the, say, the commander's tent and that sort of thing, and, you know, there's Brighton, there's Quinte West, no Belleville. So I just want to make sure that if we are doing it through that avenue, I want to make sure that at least the city's recognized in that regard.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, so all the amendment would just read that the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board budget would have an amendment to allocate that $25,000 request from the air show from the City of Belleville's MAT tax portion of their budget.
Okay, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Wright Miller. Discussion? Carried. Or no, all in favor? Yeah, carried. Okay, so we're still on D1 to D15. Pardon me, D1 to D15. Or D2, 1 to 15. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, keep moving. D3-1 to D3-8. Councillor Ossoff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a question on D3-4, social housing. I see that the budget is up 7% to $6.7 million. I was just wondering if through discussions with Hastings County, we know how many more social housing units are planned to be built.
Councillor Millet has an answer to that.
I'm chair of that
You are
committee.
chair.
Chair.
You're a member of that
I
committee.
am.
Well,
For the folks at home,
none, to
Thank
answer
you.
your question.
This is root beer in here, you know that,
There
right?
are no, to answer your question, sorry, it's a serious question. It's one that, the 7% increase is simply upkeep on housing stock that has been built decades ago. And as with any decades-old public housing, requires new windows, new plumbing, new drywall, new this, new that. So to answer your question, no, unfortunately, there will be no builds for the foreseeable future unless our provincial government decides that someday they might want to emphasize that as a priority. But that priority, that thunderbolt has not yet struck.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on moving down? So we'll be D3 1 to D3 8 we just did, and that was done. So we'll do D4 1 to D4 6 at the bottom of the page. Councillor Chapman.
Is it possible to walk through, thank you, D4-5, the development charges background study? I'm a little bit confused, because I believe, was that not part of the, budget last year?
Is that for the
Or is this an
industrial land one
ongoing
for,
study?
Yeah.
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Chatton, that was not an issue last year. This would be a new issue to open back up and look at the development charge background study. It's a study that is put in place to establish the fees for development charges, and that would have been done three years ago.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I thought I saw that on the budget last year and it just stuck out to me, so I thank you.
Okay, so anybody else on that? Oh. Too big of pages. D4-7 to D4-11. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Not so much for the dollars attached, but any update in terms of our success or any word regarding our application for the Housing Accelerator Fund, because obviously we requested significant funding through that application process, and some exciting endeavors we can do on the housing front.
So through you to the chair to Councillor Carr, no update on funding announcements. We do have our fingers crossed. We're excited to be able to sort of move forward on these projects when we do receive the money. In the interim, we are sort of trying to prep work that doesn't involve monies to get ready in anticipation for this funding announcement, so we can roll it out as quick as possible.
Okay, D5-1 to D5-5 then, I guess? D6-1 to D6-10. Nope, okay. D7-1 to, I guess, just D7-1 to D7-2. Pardon me? Nope. Councillor Thompson. Where am I going?
I'd like to make one amendment, is that the 2024 proposed budget is amended to remove the Welcoming Streets expenditure of $140,000 from the Tax Stabilization Fund, Reserve Fund, and that the one-time downtown overnight security services funding is added to the 2024 operating budget in the amount of $33,000 to be funded from this Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund. I move it, if I can get a seconder for it.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Chapman. Councillor Thompson, you spoke on it, so anybody wants to? Councillor Austin.
Just so we can get some background from staff. Can you hear me now? Just if we could get some background from staff on that proposal. I know that there was a grant submitted through the Belleville Police Service to fund Welcoming Streets, and that was successful. What bearing does this have on the budget?
I can answer that. The DBIA got a grant from the police department to fund to fund 3 Welcoming Streets. They just got another grant from the Canadian Mental Health for $50,000 for another Welcoming Streets, but the overnight security was always paid out of the DBIA, and because they're stretching their dollar to have a staff person sort of look after Welcoming Streets, they don't have the funding to do the overnight security, and the merchants feel that it's important to have overnight security downtown and not lose it, and the DBA is trying to get it over to the city, and they thought it was I thought as the rep on it, there was probably a good time because we don't have to do the welcoming streets. And this is only a one-time funding. Hopefully the hub's open next year and maybe the demand for overnight won't be as bad. So this is just a one-year time funding.
Thank you, through you, Chair. May I ask who does the security for the overnight security? And the reason I ask is it may be imperative that I remove my second if it is the company I work for.
Unfortunately, Councillor Chatton, I can't answer that. I would have to phone over to Danielle to find out who's doing that security. I don't know, unfortunately. Maybe, no.
Okay, if I may, can I back out of my second for this motion because I have to declare a conflict of interest for that, potentially?
I'll second it.
Thank you. I do declare a conflict of interest because it is a company I work for, so I don't want to be potentially.
Sorry, Councillor
Thank you.
Chatton, sorry I didn't have that.
Just one as the second to that, and further to Councillor Thompson's mention. There was a news item out of Kingston today, and this is just an observation. No, that the Welcoming Streets program has, you know, we're always looking at Kingston as the big brother municipality. Why can't we be like Kingston? Kingston is just now launching Welcoming Streets. So, you know, they've caught up to what we've already experienced. So, wherever and whenever we can improve that system, Kingston's, if it's good enough for us, it's good enough for Kingston, I guess.
Yeah, and if I may just sort of add to Councillor Millet's comments, the DBA at Belleville has been approached by 6 different cities to set up, and Councillor Brown will know that from before. It's in a big demand. We run a great show. Even we've had some ups and downs in employees because of the job description. It's hard to keep them sometimes, but we are in such demand, and Peterborough has now asked us to journey us through their operation of the Welcoming Streets.
Thank you, through your chair. I think it's a great initiative, and I see why you've brought it forward. Just a question to Mr. Ferguson, is there any way to fund this not from the stabilization fund? If it's a one-time deal for this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Enright Miller, there is the option to do through taxes. It would be noted that the tax rate stabilization reserve fund part of the resolution is a reduction of the $140,000 that would be implicit in the balance that was provided to you. So there would still be an overall reduction of $110,000 to that commitment for the tax rate stabilization reserve fund with that resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have been talking, or I've been talking, or, about funding for the bridge, and there's a motion on, your agenda. And I guess first pass that and then amend it would be the proper procedure? Or just put, as I'm on the table, okay, so I don't even have to pass that. So the motion we had originally, and before I get it moved, I'm gonna ask for something else. This is a 1% tax levy for 24-25. On Friday, we should be getting a check for $1.3 million from the provincial government for the building faster fund. Premier Ford will be here Monday. What I would suggest is we pass 1.3, the building faster money, and that's it for now. And if I could get somebody to move and second that, I'd discuss it. So Barb and Tyler, you both move that, and then I could discuss it. Yeah, well, I don't, you guys moved it, so you can speak first. Nobody wants to speak? Okay, I guess we're, the thing is if we pass 1.3, it's not gonna affect the taxes. Before it was going up 1%, and go overlooking things. Council direction was to bring it in under 5, and we're still under 5. So if we add the 1%, then we're over 5 and over 6. If we did it this way, then it's not on tax-supported debt right now. And I guess that's what the consideration would be. I don't know if you want to talk to this, Brendan, or...
Sure.
Okay. You're not smiling as much.
Through the, through the chair, to all of council, the recommendation that's being discussed identifies the Building Faster Fund money being utilized to fund a $1.3 million increase as opposed to the $2 million increase that was proposed. So it's just a cap of $1.3 million. You will note, and there is a bit more that would need to be done in the resolution, because we did commit the funding for Building Faster Fund, so we'd need to do an amendment to the capital budget, which would...
I can read that. So I guess the total motion would be... the motion would be that you move, sorry, I would add to this, as long as a friendly amendment, I didn't read it all, the 2024 operating item D313, the bridge funding, be for 1.3 million out of the Building Faster Fund. Is it Building Faster Fund?
Building Faster Fund.
Staff prepare a report to council consideration outlining costs, risks, and contractual obligations that will include in the contractual agreement required to execute by the service provider. And the 24 capital budget item 1001 Avalon sewage pumping station phase 1 be amended to remove the BBF funding of the amount of $826,700 and add that to long-term debt of $826,700. Okay, is that still move it? Second it? Okay, friendly. Yeah, that's the whole motion. Sorry. Okay. Lisa Ann. Councillor Chapman, yeah.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just to be clear, so this would eliminate the 1% increase that was expected to be on the table for the taxpayers that we've received multiple communications from residents throughout Belleville. That eliminates this, and it takes it off of the backs
Yes.
of the taxpayers, but doesn't put it back on the province where it technically should be.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
So
thank
it does
you.
eliminate from the taxes. Okay, yes. Councillor Ossoff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And so this is a bit of a surprise, and so we're all sort of kind of working through this together here. So the request was for 2. We're going to come in at 1.3, and it's going to be from the Housing Accelerator Fund money. But in order to do that, the sorry, my acronym is Build Faster Fund, provincially. So the money that we had for the Avonlow pumping station is now going to come out of long-term debt.
Yep.
So that will still need to be paid by taxpayers, just in a different way and over a longer period of time.
Correct.
Does that decision have an effect on what we did previously? Like, will there be additional tax implications to the long-term debt servicing that will now have to come from that move?
Through the chair to Councillor Ossoff, it will. It will be tax-funded debt. It won't get recovered through DCs, so it'll be about a $180,000 principal and interest payment requirement for that tax-funded debt.
It'll be about a 0.15% tax increase when that debt gets pulled.
Okay, thank you. And then just as a follow-on, so the initial discussion was about 2 million. Now we're at 1.3 million. What effect will that have in terms of the actual completion of the bridge? Because that is not, it's a lesser number. Are we going to still be getting closer? How does this help us meaningfully, get the ball down the field, as it were?
Well, we're hoping, I guess, it's gonna have a good start, but obviously it probably still won't be enough. The Premier's coming here Friday, and hopefully, maybe they can contribute more is what I'm hoping for.
And so, sorry, a final point. So the budget line of the 1.3 million, is that contingent upon receiving the funding from the Building Faster Fund?
Yes.
So if for some reason that does not come through, are we still on the hook for the 1.3?
We would be, I guess, get a staff report back, we would be passing it now. The check, what I hear, is 1.3, so unless my MPP got the numbers wrong, that's where we're at. I don't know if we could make the motion so it's just, if it becomes 1.2 or whatever. I need your advice on that.
Through the chair?
Well, we got 3 of your hands up here. All right.
Through the, to the
Yeah.
chair, we could look at using the language that would identify any shortfall coming from the
Tax stabilization fund. I talked to the MPP today, he said 1.3, so I'll hold him to that. Chris, yeah, Millet, that's Councilor Millet.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, to you. By announcing this at this point, are we jeopardizing the actual commitment, or the? I just know that they like to keep these as a surprise, and it's a big production come Friday.
Well, I don't know if there's anything coming Friday, I don't know. Like, is that the question you're asking me, or?
Well, my question is that you basically let the air out of the balloon for the Premier coming on Friday. Are we in any way, by accepting this and doing this, jeopardizing that funding?
I don't know if there's any funding coming Friday. You mean the Build Better funding? No. I spoke to MPP, Minister Smith today, and he said we could use that money towards this project. Was that the question? Sorry?
That's my question is,
Yeah.
is this funding allowable to be used for this purpose?
Minister Calandra said yes. And he talked to Minister Smith this morning. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, and I'm gonna go in a slightly different direction. I think there's not one of us sitting around this table that does not understand the urgent need. But I think it behooves us that we're taking a leap of faith without a real solid business plan, an understanding of continuity and behind this. So as we all have, we have repeatedly been given feedback over the course of the last probably 4 or 5 days by many constituents, none of them saying no, but all of them saying don't do this until you have a good solid plan that you understand. I appreciate the urgency. I appreciate that that the consortium would like to understand what we're doing, but I also think it's fair to say that we haven't even advanced them on the first million that we promised them, because they're not meeting the conditions of the MOU as I understand it. And so I would like us to be in a better position of really understanding what it is that we're gonna fund. And if we can immediately shift from 2 to 1.3, using funds that were really intended to support infrastructure in the city, and I don't know that we would qualify the bridge as being infrastructure. We seem to be mixing up, I'm back to my apples and graham crackers analogy, which is, it isn't even apples and oranges for me anymore. We're borrowing from Pete to pay Paul. And to me, that doesn't feel comfortable, given that we are supposed to be financially prudent and make good use of dollars. People, I think the community at large has spoken that they understand the need, they want to be supportive of it, but they have encouraged all of us to make sure that we have a business plan in place. And to me, that's a huge gap. I think that we've met with them, each of us, I think independently, individually and collectively, and I have struggled with this one, to be honest with everybody. I've been yes and no and yes and no and yes and no. When I looked at where we were with tax stabilization funds and other reserves funds over the course of the last couple days, it really did sort of seal it for me that we needed to be a lot more conscientious about how quickly we approve things without all of the detail and content in behind it. And due respect, when the original motion about the 1% came out, it indicated that we would get a full report with context and business case and things next month. So I just don't know that we should be comfortable taking a giant leap of faith on something when our constituents tell us don't, be cautious, that ourselves independently are saying we need to be cautious. So at this stage, unfortunately, I don't feel I'm in a position to support the amendment.
Councillor Thompson, you had your hand up, or?
Yeah, I did. So the funds that supposedly we are to get, what would that funds be used for normally?
So, pre-spent was 800 for pumping station in the Avonlow subdivision, which would be taking place over the next couple of years, I guess.
Yeah.
Director Asniak, the next couple of years is his answer. So I'm just trying to make this, as palatable for everybody in the sense of this wouldn't put the 1% on. If this motion does fail, I'd go back to the original motion if I could and do 1% and 1%. So
I'm not going to support the using the 1.3. I would as much as I've had negative from the taxpayers. I think we're taking money we're not guaranteed yet with, and Councillor Millette, I agree. We're putting the cart before the horse. We had said we were going to put a 1% on it. That money could be used for something else down the road, what it's meant for. So I'm not going to support the of using that money. I would prefer, as much as the taxpayers have spoken, I'd prefer the 1%.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Millette, you had your hand up, I believe, and then Councillor Farr, go first.
Thank you. Would request a recorded vote on this for sure. I got a question before I make my statement. Question to the Director of Finance, because we're talking about the Building Faster Fund, which has some uniqueness, and we're going to get beyond the 100% because we've met our totals, and I think that's partly because of the hard work that the planning staff did demonstrating the actual construction starts versus the CMHC data that the province was hanging their hat on. The question I have for the director is, we're talking about the 1.3 million within the Building Faster Fund. Could you tell me, so that's revenue in, could you tell me approximately how much is revenue loss because of Bill 23 and other provincial policies related to planning that have been impacted, that have dropped our revenues?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, currently represented in the budget, we're budgeting at least $1 million, just over $1 million on the DC waiver expectations. It stands to be seen when the affordable housing definitions and proclamation comes into play what that will actually be. There's also some looming legislation that we're looking in down the road in the future for when we do development charge study, when the next one comes in. We will lose out on a number of things. We have a mandatory phase-in requirement from the province. They're also looking at attainable housing fee waivers that we'll have to manage in the future, as well as losing out on a longer level of service period that will reduce the amount of recovery available. We're still working through those, but expect that to be probably another $1 million as well that we'll have to accommodate when we get through the development background study.
Okay, thank you. So just in terms of the Building Faster Fund, and I know I spoke on this, it kind of sounds like a game where you have a ball under 3 cups. The 3 cups come up, the ball is gone. There's going to be big hoopla over a 1.3 in terms of here, this is what we're getting in revenue for meeting your targets. But over here, don't pay attention to this. We're going to through other policy and legislation, pull revenue off the table. So in the end, we're actually have less than what we had before. So going back to strong mayor powers and the Building Faster Fund, it's just one more loose card in a deck of cards that is poor policy. And without the government coming through to say, here's how we're going to make you whole. And I know the big city mayors have been banging this drum for some time, and the province has committed to making municipalities whole because of these changes, because obviously they need to incentivize building for sure, but that puts us behind the 8 ball when stuff like this comes up. The other thing I was going to say, and I got a few things to say, so just bear with me, but it's pretty rich when the housing minister is suggesting we should use the Building Faster Fund for this purpose, because it helps them out. Money that we're going to allocate to something, again, homelessness and health, whether it be physical, mental, or substance abuse disorders, falls within the jurisdiction of the province. And so I have to say thank you to residents. I put it out there on social media to get feedback, my phone, my email, other ways of communication, the public town hall that Councillor Brown and I had. We got lots of feedback, and I thank residents for that. 2 things I heard was, number one, when you're partnering with any organization, so this is no slight to the consortium that's looking to build the bridge, is do your due diligence. And the province is expecting that. We should be expecting that as well. The other thing they said is really stand pat on what is provincial and municipal jurisdiction and hold your ground, particularly because the province is responsible for housing and health. I did meet with Bridge Street United Church, Mr. Vandenhoof, and also with the director who's involved from the Belleville Quinte Waste Community Health Center. I had a Zoom meeting with them on Monday. I had some questions in order to prepare for today. What they did tell me was there's a capital plan being submitted to Ministry of Health and Ontario Health Team this week for a $2 million request for capital. And the operating request had gone in through CMHC in the fall, and no word yet. I want to just say, and it's been out there in the media, partly because of the headlines it is, Belleville needs to put a plan together. The city of Belleville's not putting a plan together. It's not our operation, but we seem to be so entangled in this that the community perception out there is that Belleville, the city, needs to put a plan together to the province to get money. So that needs to be cleared up, and I've certainly been articulating that as I've talked with the public. But the bottom line is, so they're looking for $2 million in capital from the province. We provided John Howard with $1.2 million to purchase the building. We have also pre-approved a $1 million capital to assist with upgrades of the facility. And then now we're looking at a 1.3 this year, and then I'll wait to see where this goes in terms of talking about next year, but there's a future. So now we're talking about $5 to $6 million in a capital upgrade, which was news to me on Monday when I heard it for the first time compared to conversations previously. So trying to decide this and throw taxpayers' dollars, and once those Building Faster funds come here, they're municipal dollars at that point, and I think we're in the best position to direct that funding where it needs to go. I'm just concerned here that we're just continually trying to twist ourselves to solve a provincial problem. And if we do that and we fill that vacuum, then we're allowing the downloading to occur. We heard from finance staff earlier talking about how things have downloaded over time, some things at amalgamation, some things after. But if we keep filling this space, we're going to start getting into the healthcare business as a jurisdiction, and that's a dangerous place to be. I want to say that I don't, for a second, think that there has to be something done, and I certainly, in my other life, have lots of experience in dealing with mental health and substance abuse disorders, and understand the treatment and things that are involved and the infrastructure that's involved. But it's about knowing our governmental jurisdiction and abiding by that. So it's on those grounds And in relation to this Builder Faster Fund, where we really need to be focusing on infrastructure, I can't solve the Ontario government's problem with their lack of commitment to funding homelessness and health. For those reasons, I can't support the motion.
Anybody else? Councillor Millet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I won't be supporting the use of the 1.3 Get Her Done Fund, or whatever it is. Well, you know what I mean. This government keeps coming up with these folksy little jingle titles for their fancy baubles that they dangle in front of us, and this is another one of those. But in all seriousness, as explained by Director Ferguson, because of this government's policies, we're out $1 million in development charges and another $1 million in ancillary revenues, already. So we're $2 million in the hole. This 1.3 mil almost sounds like some sop to make that a little less painful for us, if you will. It's directed at you know, as Councillor Brown said, I think we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. In this case, I believe we're robbing development services and our infrastructure needs to pay for a social infrastructure need that is rightly funded by the province, but one which I will, because we have so many swords pointed at us. The old sword of Damocles is hanging over our head on this one. We have to make a decision. I will later support possibly introducing this in the tax fund, but I can't support taking this speculative 1.3 mil and applying it somewhere where it really doesn't need it, in light of the fact that the province is already bending us over the proverbial barrel to the tune of almost $2 million in lost revenue already.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Across the region, everybody agrees that a solution needs to be developed, needs to be arrived at, and as was eloquently put, you know, getting that ball down the field. But we are neither equipped with staff to implement this project, and nor is it under the municipal governance that it should rest on the taxpayers' shoulders, whether it's through the Building Faster Fund money or whether it's through the 1% and 1%. This is a homelessness and health, again, as my colleague Councillor Carr had pointed out, is a provincial responsibility. And if we do accept and fix this with the funds that are coming in, we run the risk of having to do more and more and more that is going to be on the taxpayers' heads. So knowing that there are applications that have been made by the institutions who are responsible for this project, that they're in the works, I cannot conscionably support this or the original motion. I will not be in support of this being on the taxpayers' heads for solving this problem. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Enright Miller?
Thank you, Chair. I just feel I have to weigh in because we are at a real fork in the road here because this is a big one. I don't think I can support the motion either. I think the money that we get should go to its intended lane. And I think maybe what we should be looking at, because, I mean, what's the alternative here? We're sort of damned if we do and damned if we don't. We've got a problem. Maybe we should support them, not monetarily, by helping them get to the province to try to get that support. And I know that's a road you guys have all been up, and that's a tough, steep road, but I don't know. I'm at a loss with this one too, but I don't think I can support the motion as written with using that fund.
One more thing, I'm sorry. Once the institutions that are in charge of this have a business plan together, I'm all for the city supporting them if they make an application to us through the grant committee, or if they make an application to us once this is all at least weighed in on and supported by the province, where it belongs. That's my final on it. I just want to say I'm not against it. I just need to be clear.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is certainly a tough one. I think we all recognize the need for the services in our community. We all recognize the challenges that are being faced downtown by the situation where it is located now. And there is a real appetite to do something about that. The challenge for me on this motion is it seems to be that we're trying to hit a moving target. We thought that this was going to be sort of a $2 million project, and then now we're looking at, there's another $2 million in funding that was requested, but now it's 1.3 million, but they've applied for another 2 million. So we're sort of trying to hit a moving target. I think that speaks to the uncertainty around the business planning case, and the overall operational structure that's going to be in place afterwards. And so on those grounds, it's very difficult for me to commit even more taxpayer money to what is a moving target. I mean, we might end up that we do 2 million, and then we get another 1.3, and then they get 2 million over here, and they might still need more money. We won't know until this is all over and something is running or not running. And that for me is very problematic. I mean, certainly I would love to see this get addressed in a meaningful way, because it has to be done. I mean, we heard that there were several more overdoses while we were discussing this budget. So this is a real crisis that we're facing, but the problem is if we just continue to throw money at it without a real sense of what is going to happen, how much money they need, and what they're going to do with the money when they have it, I'm not sure that that's going to meaningfully prevent what we're seeing out there until they have a firm plan in place. So it's going to be very difficult for me to support these motions today.
Just to finish it up, I'm not supporting taking the 1.3 from that funding. I'm supporting the project 100%. Folks, we got the options that are available to us to solve the problem downtown on Bridge Street is unspeakable to think of it any other way. We need to move with this. If we built one of these new buildings, it would be $8-10 million. And we got a building that needs renovations. We knew that when we get into this thing, but we gotta get them a spot to work with. We need that bridge or hub, whatever you need to call it. We need to get them from downtown. I don't support the 1.3, but this project's gotta go, because we are ruining our downtown the way it is right now, and none of us can afford that. Not one of us. Thank you.
Can you just clarify, 1 million on the tax levy for 24? We're not committing $1 million to the tax levy at 25. We can't do that, can we?
I just read it here, maybe I didn't, well, the motion says from the treasurer, tax levy 24, 25, yes, we can do 25.
You can, yeah, if Director Ferguson can explain that.
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Millette, as the resolution reads, it's actually short-term funding through the tax rate stabilization reserve fund that will fund the original amount, and then in 2025 the levy will stand and repay those funds back into the tax rate stabilization reserve fund in 2025. It's only to allow and make the full amount of funding, which was originally $3 million in that motion. So those funds would be fully available.
Sorry, Director Ferguson, a point of order.
Yes.
Did we not have an amendment on the 1.3 versus the 1 that we have not voted on yet?
I put the amending on the first motion. I didn't withdraw it, I just put this motion on the amending motion. Well, I guess it's the whole motion. We'd vote on the amendment and then come back and vote on the original, if I got the procedure right.
Yeah, and that was my question,
Yep.
is and my point of order is, should we not vote on the amendment? We've all spoken to the amendment, but we haven't voted on it.
I just put the the original motion was not, this is the amendment, the original motion.
I'm sorry.
So the motion I put on the floor was 24 operating budget, 1.3 to the building faster fund. That's what we're discussing, that motion. So I just put this on as amending motion. Doesn't work?
No.
Procedure-wise? Why wouldn't it work? And then this, we'd vote on this. If it failed, then you'd come back and vote on the original. Just doesn't matter how we do it. What do you want to do?
So I believe
Pardon
we
me?
should vote on the amendment that was under discussion.
Okay, we'll vote on the first one then I put on the floor. 1.3, the out of the Building Faster Fund. Recorded vote. Okay.
So through the chair, this is on the 1.3 from Building Faster Fund, recorded vote. Councillor Millet,
No.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Alsop,
No.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Chatton,
No.
Councillor Enright Miller,
No.
Mayor Ellis.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so I'll go back to the original motion then, if I get somebody move and second it. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Alsop, anyone to talk up before I talk on it? Councillor Carr?
Thank you. I request a recorded vote on this one as well. Again, I heard from residents, it was quite clear that, you know, when the question was posed, how often is the municipal government going to solve a provincial issue? And Councillor Thompson mentioned, we gotta solve it, we gotta solve it. The province has to solve it. Our MPPs have to look at their community as well and help solve it. And quite honestly, I know the last couple of weeks have been quite stressful. They've been quite alarming, and we have been in the news quite a bit, even nationally. But I would argue that probably all that attention has finally got the province sitting up and going, okay, we better deal with this because there's pressure. We can relieve the pressure. We can come in with property taxes, and we can bail out the province. Keep in mind that not too long ago, the provincial budget officer indicated that, and that's an independent office, that the province is sitting on approximately $26 billion in unspent money as it relates to education and healthcare. And just last week, the Prime Minister and the Premier met, and there was a federal allocation to the province for $3.1 billion in extra funding for primary care. Primary care means many things, not just doctors, not just nurse practitioners, but drug counselors and different things like that out on the front lines. And they get that money for a reason, because under the Constitution, that is their purview. The municipality isn't in the Constitution. We're not recognized as a level of government, and yet we're tasked with certain things. We need to be focused on potholes and garbage pickup and recycling and all those things we talked about this morning. And we do have a role to play in terms of supporting our community in various means and measures to assist with social infrastructure and things of those, and supporting hospitals and some of their capital campaigns, which we do, and I think we do over the years generously. But at what point do we continue to fund to the millions of dollars the province? And you know, with this motion, you know, and as I posed some questions this morning to a particular department about what does the full annualization of things cost, looking to 2025. So already, think about what we're looking at today. We're voting on this. We're adding a 1% tax impact to 2025 when we have no other context of our spending. And you know, in my time here, it's dangerous territory when you start pre-approving things in a non-budget year, because then when that budget year comes and all the other pressures that we have professional staff that bring things to us because we need to know and fund in order to meet our obligations, suddenly we're behind the 8 ball. And then we go to the tax stabilization fund to be the rescuer of all things, and then we come to find out that that cupboard is practically bare. So the implications of taking this on, while it may perceive to fix an issue and help solve a provincial issue, it is to the detriment of the overall health of our municipal budgets. And I think it's just dangerous territory to get into, so I can't support this tax increase.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you. Just to add to that, it doesn't get past us at all that everyone's struggling right now. They're making choices of things like, should I pay my rent or put food on the table? Do I feed my kids or do I eat myself? Even though it doesn't sound like it's a significant amount of money, it's like a tap that just drips, drips, drips. So again, there's a provincial tax that we pay, every year as residents that are supposed to be funding these things. That's not in the municipal taxes, it's in the provincial taxes, it's in our federal taxes. So similarly, I've heard from many residents. I'm very thankful for the town hall last week because it gave us an opportunity to hear from residents collectively and one-on-one. And like many, have been getting emails and things like that. I have a pretty good sense in terms of what people are expecting, and they're expecting us to be much more diligent and much more prudent financially, given the hard economic times that everyone is experiencing. And for that reason, and because the residents have spoken and it really resonated with me, I can't support the motion.
Yeah, and I heard the comments around the room, and I think everybody's concerned about the tax dollars and how the person that's in a low income is going to be able to afford. But if you go back, and I've been around this table 18 years, we give more money out to healthcare, hospitals, to service organizations wanting money. It may not seem like we give 5,000 here and 5,000 there. But if you look what we approved yesterday, we're going to approve $90,000 in taxpayers' money out to service organizations, and some of those deal with mental health and providing a service, which should be under the healthcare umbrella, but it isn't. And then we're giving out the services that Mr. Reed's under. We're giving another $70, $80, $200,000 under that umbrella. We give an awful lot of money out to different levels that we take on as a responsibility. Good or bad, we take them on. And if they didn't take it on, some of those organizations wouldn't survive. And like the enrichment center that two or three of us sit on, we don't give them money, but there's government money from Hastings County to those organizations, which is taxpayers' money again. So we are subsidizing healthcare in such a big way. We're subsidizing so many organizations in a big way. I agree, there's no business plan at this stage. But if we put this off for a year, or 6 months, waiting for a business plan, I don't even want to think what our downtown is going to be like. And it's serious now. 7 more overdoses, they say today. Ambulance is going. We're running low on ambulance and paramedics. We need to move with this project. This is a major project, whether we like it or not. This has to go.
Thank you. And further to, through you, your worship, further to Councillor Thompson's point, I don't know if you all heard it. There are sirens right now outside this building. We got a message not long ago. People are dropping in the streets today, as Councillor Alsop. Again, this is happening again. Now, is the bridge the be-all and end-all? No, it is not. But for anybody who 2 weeks ago to this day sat down in a room with the representatives of the downtown merchants who said, we've been carrying this burden too long. We've been carrying the burden, and they're not without compassion for the people who are suffering and dying on the streets and who are, for the most part, they're sympathetic. But they say, okay, we've done our bit. We need a proper care facility. We need it away from the downtown. You know, is it putting the problem out of sight, out of mind? Not at all. There is a plan coming together. We need the money. We need the commitment right now. This is the time for us to make that commitment. It's an incremental amount on our tax bill. People are saying this is going to crush me. I don't think anything's going to crush you in this. When it comes down to an average of what, Your Worship, $38 a year on the average tax bill to help move this treatment hub, and it is a treatment hub. It's not, as some say, just another warming room and a dining hall, as I heard described on one news account. We have to do this now. We have to commit to it now. We can talk all day about the fact that the province has dropped the ball on this. And Councillor Carr says, at what point do we stop calling the province for what's their responsibility? Well, at what point do we, in this standoff, in this stare down with the province, do we admit, okay, we've got to look after our own now. USOBs aren't coming to our aid at any time. So do we just say, it's their problem? I've seen previous administrations in this place claim that it's the county's responsibility to look after that. Our merchants, our downtown businesses, our emergency services are crying for help here. This place is going to go a long way, and I'm convinced of that after having heard from the experiences of other municipalities. Kingston, Oshawa, they're still experiencing these problems, but they've got a central hub facility to look after them. And until somebody comes up with that silver bullet, we don't have much else. So I'm going to stand by this, and I think we should all get behind it. I don't like for 1 minute having to pay $1 million of taxpayer money, or $2 million if that respect. But I mean, it's got to get done. And we heard the urgency 2 weeks ago to this day from the people downtown who say, we're dying. We're dying with our life investments in our business because nothing is being done in this community. So we've got to make a commitment.
Councillor Chatton?
Thank you, through you, Chair. The context of it being $38 per year to get it going, to get it moving, that does have an effect on my opinion on what we need to do. What I'm concerned about is emergency services are exhausted right now. Imagine if they're all just stationed right at that building. They're not going to be anywhere else across the city. It's just moving a problem from one section of the city to another. We don't have the business plan in front of us to be able to look at it critically and say, yeah, this is going to solve a problem. It does not necessarily address addictions meaningfully. It could actually create a danger, a heightened danger to those who are working in the facility when there aren't parameters or oversight in place. Can I ask that an amendment be made to this motion to state that a business plan must be submitted in order for them to receive the dollars that we are going to ask of the taxpayer, just like the province did? But this is coming from us.
Again, I think it would go back to, there is a business plan, but we have some questions, and I believe in the writing up of this. When I talked to the treasurer earlier, he was going to go through all of that. Did you want to explain that to me, or? Yeah. Any money you give out, you put a lot of.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chatton. This is implicit in the original dollars as well. There are stipulations and an agreement in place with some of these requirements, which are inclusive of a business plan, amongst other items. We also, in the original write-up of that motion, did identify that continually making sure that they met, in the original motion for the funds that we had already approved, that they would meet the requirements and that we would have some securities and protections in place throughout the term that they were providing service. We would continue to do that with these funds, and I wouldn't be able to provide any funding to the organizations until they met all of the requirements of the MOU. So the building has been purchased, and there is securities in place associated with that. However, the funding, both the existing and any additional, would still fall under those terms, and they'd need to meet all of those requirements before they would be in receipt of them.
So I think that's yes to your answer.
So thank you. That's yes. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. That informs my vote.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Chatton and to Director Ferguson for that answer, because I think that is an important part of it, is that the funds will not be advanced until the business plan and all those criteria under the MOU are in place. But it just seems to me that we spend a lot of time, and maybe for the people at home, talking about the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund and taxation on residences. Can you please explain to us why other funding mechanisms such as long-term debt or pulling of investments or setting the burden on different levels of the tax table, perhaps more commercial, less residential, couldn't be used in this case.
Through the chair to Councillor Alsop, absolutely. The initial item of long-term debt, that wouldn't be an option in the existing funding arrangement that is in place for the facility. It's not a facility that's owned by the city. It's owned by the consortium, and any long-term debt that the city takes on is required to be expended on capital, city infrastructure exclusively. So taking out infrastructure lending for the project would not be viable, given the existing arrangement. The tax classes are already, the tax ratios are an item that can be set by council, and we can change and update those, and they're approved in the tax bylaws. Those are the items that look at the different tax classifications and how much they'll pay proportionate to each other, with the residential tax class being 1, our farm ratio is 0.25, and our commercial is close to 2, multi-residential 2, and 2.4 on industrial. There's a range of reasonableness associated with municipal act and the tax legislation that sets parameters and limits on how we can apply it across different classifications, and we would be maxed out in those areas. So we wouldn't be able to take more from commercial or more from industrial. We do have flexibility in the ratios, though, to take less and put more burden on residential taxpayers, but we don't have the option to go the opposite way. We're already maxed out on those ratios.
Barb?
Thank you, through your chair. My financial cap says absolutely not, we should be not doing this. My humanitarian cap says I'll give you the $38 right now. I mean, this is a tough one, guys. So if we did it and said yes to them, and the money would have to, we can't write a blank check just of that amount of money without a whole bunch of caveats that building would have to start and be up and running and be viable. So as long as you're comfortable that all those caveats would have to be met should this pass, I still don't know. Don't ask me to vote first, please. Thanks.
I'm number 1. I just want to come back, I just respond to Councillor Millet's point about we have this sad situation going on in the street today, which has been November and then February and now the end of February, March. The bridge will not address that. The bridge will not change tainted drugs coming into our community. Will it assist? Absolutely. And I don't think there's any one of us around the table who don't want it to make it happen. But I believe we all want it to happen responsibly, and with each of us having a full understanding of what it is that we can expect. I want to reiterate that number that we've been hearing in terms of the renovations to the building that John Howard Society now owns with our help. The goalposts keep moving. It was 1 to 2, and then it was 3 to 4, and now it seems to be closer to the 6 number if we take all of the consideration, all the different asks that are coming here. So, while I appreciate the need, and again, I've already indicated my position on this, but let's take pause to make sure we really understand what we're going to get for the money, how the payback is going to be, get the province's signal that they're even prepared to pay for it long-term operating, because all in all, we could invest all the capital, all the capital type of dollars, physical improvements into this building, and be no further ahead because they can't operate it to the degree that they would like to. I get the vision. I've read their business plan, but I don't know that we are being responsible by throwing money, I won't say good money after bad, but throwing money after more money without a real sense of clarity as to what it is that we're paying for.
Thank you. And I'll wrap this up. For those of you kvetching over the fact that we're using $1 million for this year and another $1 million, and I don't mean to minimize your concern. They're valid concerns because we are stewards of the public purse. Let me just remind you that on the next page of our budget that we're looking at right now, under external, we're funding already social programs to the tune of $12,740,500 comes out of this budget that is right in front of us on this table today. For social services, general assistance, City of Belleville share is $2.2 million. Social housing, that's for Turnbull, Pine Street, Bleecker, all the other social housing complexes in this city. Our share of that is $6.7 million. Should we be paying that? Is that a provincial responsibility? Perhaps. Hastings Manor, City of Belleville shares $3.1 million of that. We don't balk at paying that. We don't for 1 second blink. As a matter of fact, I remember sitting in Hastings County Committee there a couple of years ago when one of our members insisted that we increase that amount. Centennial Manor, we're even paying for Centennial Manor in Bancroft to the tune of $594,000. So, you know, for everybody getting bent out of shape, we have an MOU in place with this plan for the bridge. That memorandum of understanding, as the MOU is shortened to, has been reviewed by our lawyer. We received in camera a detailed critique of that and where it has areas that need to be addressed. So for everybody who's saying we need to see a plan, that plan is in place. Not a cent, as our treasurer has said, is going to move until those issues that have been outlined by our lawyer are going to be addressed. For us to sit here and nickel and dime this outfit right now, and I know, again, I don't mean to belittle the amount we're talking about, I don't know. I'm sorry. When I look at $12,740,500 that we're already paying and we don't blink at, I just don't get it.
Thank you. I'll just note, so it's on microphone, that I was acknowledged by the mayor from afar. You know, I have some other things to say, but I'll be careful not to go too far into debate here. There are concerns within the MOU for sure, and I don't think it's prudent for us to get into those on the floor here. But I think going back to the original motion, well, before I do that, yes, we contribute a lot into an area related to social services and other provincial jurisdiction. I think in total it's about $26 million, thereabouts. So I say we're carrying more than one pail of water here. Do we continue now to just put on more? And as you see, for lack of a better term, the shell game with the way money's coming in and out of the province, we're on the losing end. Every time we're on the losing end, we have to pick up the slack. And I think we're in a prime position where the province is feeling some heat and they know they got to deliver, and this is the time to strike when it's hot. We go to AMO and we have the little hat in hand and we line up with 400 other municipalities. We do our little pitch. An hour later, the minister doesn't know who he met. Like, we've done that song and dance, and we don't achieve. Oh yes, in the photo op. And then we've been banging that drum for years. I stopped going to AMO because, quite frankly, if you want to get things delivered, you have to have the one-on-ones in your municipality to point and go, there's the problem. Do you see it? And then they go, yes. Well, guess what? We have pointed to the province and said, there's a problem. Can you see it? And oh boy, are they seeing it. So this is the time where we maybe stop the bleeding so 26 million doesn't become 27 and 28. I want to go back to the motion though, where the last part, we've been focusing on the tax impact and the dollar figure. The last paragraph says, after we vote on this, the staff will prepare a report for council's consideration outlining costs, risks, and contractual obligations. And they'll be included in the contractual agreement. We have an MOU with John Howard Society as far as the building goes, but we don't have a contract. We don't know the risks, and we don't know the costs, but yet we're being asked to vote on this. So going back to due diligence, costs are unknown, risks are unknown, and contractual obligations are unknown. Now, I hope this is successful, and in the MOU, we have it so that that property can come back to us. I'll put it out there that if this is not successful, this is salvageable as a piece of property. I see it as an excellent medical clinic for doctor attraction, worst case scenario. I'll just throw that out there. My question is, and I see the Director of Finance is back, perfect timing. And part of assessing risk is the what ifs. And the question I have here is a what if, and it sounds negative, and I'm not hoping for any failure. But what if they don't meet their obligations? And we have taxed at 1%, and we have collected that revenue. How do we make the taxpayers whole? Because we've collected on something, and the obligations haven't been met.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr. We'd be looking at having tax for dollars associated with a homelessness, healthcare, mental addiction related initiative. If that issue and initiative hasn't gone away, we'd need to look at the funds that we'd raised and what we would want to do with them. At that point in time, we'd probably be looking at establishing a reserve fund and ensuring that they're expended in a fashion that's in line with their original intent. We raise money from the taxpayer year to year for specific or particular initiatives and may change them, but we would do that in the most transparent and prudent way possible.
Okay, and I appreciate that. But obviously, if we're taxing and it doesn't work, and I'd be in a much better position from a due diligence perspective if the costs were clear, and like I said, the capital amount keeps changing and risk. So, the province is not saying, yeah, here's your money and then give us the business plan later. There's a reason why things happen in a certain order. And those are the things that as governance, we have to be mindful of. I don't take away from the human tragedy that's occurring. It's just terrible. From treatment to drug interdiction, there's lots of measures that have to be done. But again, here is we just have to make sure as the level of government that we're doing our due diligence.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be very, very brief here. A lot of great discussion today. Very tough issue. Given that we have the MOU in place and that there are protections for us in the MOU and that the money can be used down the road for other projects or even to decrease a tax amount in a future year if it's collected and not spent. I think about the community that I grew up in, and I'm raising 3 little girls right now, and they're growing up in a different community than I grew up in. And someday they're going to ask me what I did to help on this issue, and I'm not going to sit on my hands. So I'll be voting in favor today.
I didn't want anybody to hear me. So when I ran for mayor in 2006, I ran on doctor recruitment, and it was a provincial issue. And the mayor of the day said to me on the stage, "This is not our concern." And I said, "Yes, it is. Whatever affects our community is my concern if I'm mayor." Is this affecting our community? Yes. Is it affecting our business community? Yes. Is it affecting condos being built over there and condos being there? Yes. What are we going to do in risk? I look at risk. We can kick this down the road. The province doesn't anything. 15 years they haven't done anything about doctor recruitment. And the risk we have is our downtown, our business, our condos being built. And when I look at this, and I'm not saying that $38 a year is not a lot of money. It's $3.81. If we can get them to a better facility, 24 hours. I watched a program last night. The bridge was originally for 15 people. They have over 120 people dropping in there in a day. So the risk of not doing it means no condos built at the Intelligencer, I don't think. We've had many people in, Director Ashton. Why would they want to build condos? Why would anybody want to buy them there? When I look next door to the Quinte Hotel, it's the same. We can't leave this here. We are losing economic money as the time ticks. We're losing it for merchants downtown that are talking about maybe moving to Quinte West, or moving here, or moving to the mall, or moving right out of town, or closing. If we even were to be able to pull one of the condo projects off,
it would be way more than the 2 million we're asking the taxpayer in taxes within 2 to 3 years. The risk of letting this go, if they walk away from it and give the building back to us and say we're not gonna do it, the risk is it's gonna be at that church for the rest of my life or till the next council has decided they're gonna do something about it. What I'm looking for is we need a continuation or continuum of care model, and that's what I've been pressing the province for, and hopefully we will get there. The bridge is a low barrier. It plays one of the most important things that we'll have in a continuum of care. 24 hours drop in. Your next stage would be a detox center or a get well center with beds. Then beds in the community, so it would be built on along the whole continuum. Is that what I've asked for? That's what I'm trying to push for. That's what we need. We need that whole model. But without the bridge, we don't have it. When I look over there, and we met with the businesses, a couple of people around the table, and I've been in business myself. My heart bleeds for them. How do we get it better? Is it moving it to one spot going to be better? Well, that's a yes and a no question. Till we get the rest of the pieces, yes, but we've got to start somewhere. When you look at the facility that's not purpose-built, the bridge at Church Street, or a bridge on Bridge Street, it's not purpose-built. It was built for a church, it was built for a kitchen to feed a few people. Do they have services there? They're trying to extend the services. Worst case, if they didn't get financing from the government for their wraparound services, we're still gonna need a place for a warming center. We're still gonna need a place for a food kitchen and drop in. Then I guess that's all it becomes for the first year till the government decides to pony up. But to leave them there, I don't think that's the answer. I think that's shoving our head in the sand and not wanting to say, these are tough decisions. I had as many people phone me and talk to me about wanting us to put this money in as I did not want to put it in. The ones that did not want to put in, close the church. You're feeding them too much. Kick them out of town. 33% are from out of town. Why are you feeding them? That's what I'm getting from those people. And, you know, if they knew that in the economic development factor, the economic development that church and that spot is costing us way more than what we're going to risk and invest in. It's a tough decision. I've pounded the province for 3 weeks now. Are they going to come through? Well, they never come through on doctor recruitment. Are they going to come up with something? I've been in talks with the minister. Yes. What that is, I'm hoping for the long run, the whole continuation of care model. Every community needs them. There's 110 people that church serve today. I'm sorry, but it's going to be serving 140 next year. It's going to be serving 200 the next year. The numbers are not going to go down till the province does something. Can it get down overnight? No. I think we're going to go up until the province comes in with something, and hopefully then it'll peak and go down. But it's the whole economy. Every town has them. Coburg. I don't even want to name them because I'll just keep going, right? And I think the risk is too great on our economy, on our downtown, on the condos that want to be built down here. Would you want to buy a condo when you look at the wall there, the people in Century Place? No. I don't blame them. It's got to be moved. It's outgrowing. It's got to have wraparound services. This is the first step. There's my comment. So, call the vote. Yeah. And hey, when I promised doctor recruitment in 2006, I did win that election. Got to have some type of comedy. So, anyways.
Councillor Millet,
Hell yes.
Councillor Thompson,
Hell yes.
Councillor Alsop,
Regular, yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Chatton,
Also regular, yes.
Councillor Enright Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Ellis,
Yes.
motion carries.
Motion carried. Thanks, everyone. Okay, is that adjournment now, or no, we got to keep going to the hardest
We got some
decisions?
stuff to do.
Pardon me? You want a break? 10 minutes break, then, okay. 15.
Resolution, Counselor Thompson, that 2024 proposed operating issues D1 to D7 to be approved as amended, right? That's what you said? Seconded by Counselor Enright Miller. All in favor? All in favor? Oh, failed. All in favor? I need to see hands. So the motion on the floor is 2024 proposed operating issues D1 to D7 be approved as amended. Moved by Counselor Thompson, seconded by Counselor Enright Miller. All in favor? Recorded vote? All in favor? Yeah. D1 to D7? Yeah, no, it's good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Next, proposed budget details tax supported. Anybody want to talk on this? Yes, go ahead. Yes.
You said D1 to D7, and I don't know where we are. We were at D1-1. Is that what you're talking about? D1-1 to D?
No, we're at 8A14. So it's on page,
Sorry.
yeah, no problem. Page 8.
Oh, on the agenda. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
page 8 on the top.
Thank you.
Okay. So what do you want to approve to rate down to rise and report?
I want to accept all of them,
Yep.
right down to page 103.
I'm sorry, Counselor Thompson, Okay, so you're looking at A814 to approve all of it. That's just that, okay, not the whole budget? Okay, so moved by Counselor Thompson, seconded by Counselor Millette to approve proposed budget detail, the 18A14. All in favor? Carried. The next one is parking that I want to speak on, A815. Okay, as it was brought to our attention with the treasurer here about our parking surpluses done, and next year that parking is going to go on the operational budget. I would like to make a motion to raise parking tickets. I know this is not going to be popular with some people, either that or it's going to go on your taxes. And I think, again, this is user pay, and what we write in tickets and fines and permits should cover the cost of maintaining the parking lots and shouldn't be on the operating budget and taxes. Revenue is parking tickets. Right now, when we look at $8 for a ticket, I think if you add up the cost of issuing the ticket, cost of staff, processing the ticket, that we are close to break even or losing money on each ticket at $8. What I propose for the first would be the $8 would be the early fee, $12 would be the late payment fee. I would raise that to $15 as the normal parking ticket and $20 for the late fee. That would be one, and the second one would be park at expired meter. There's over 2,000 tickets written here. That's $8 and $12. I would propose the same, that it would go from 15 on an early, 20 on a late. That would generate a revenue of around $50,000 that would go into the reserve funds to hopefully keep that off of next year's taxes. If I could get somebody to move them, we could discuss it. Moved by Councillor Wright Miller. Discussion. Councillor Chatton.
Thank you. So with parking not really making meaningful revenue for the city, why not just eliminate parking altogether and eliminate the enforcement that it requires so that we're just at zero and it doesn't cost the residents anything?
I think I'll give that to you, clerk. For me.
Through the chair to Council Chatton. So, parking fines violations passes generate annually, without looking at it, between $750,000, $830,000 in revenue a year. The offset is all of the costs, so maintenance, winter maintenance and control, so sanding, salting, plowing, all of the surface area that we own downtown. So all of the Riverside lots, the 2 lots across the road, Clark and Church by the terminal, Riggs and the Pinnacle, so on both sides of the library and by the Belleville Club. So there's a lot of surface parking in downtown that the city owns and operates. So the cost of owning and operating that, liability, we do a lot of winter control, and then in the summer we do capital improvements. All the meters, maintenance and all that, and staff and security. So there is the offsetting costs of all that. So if foregoing enforcement would mean foregoing rates and fines and all of the rest of it, but we would still have the maintenance and capital maintenance on the upkeep and winter control. So we would have all the costs and none of the revenue. So I think that would probably cause us issues.
Councillor Chapman.
So then can I ask how much, like on the face, if anybody has these numbers, how much does it cost to enforce and to process all of those tickets that you just spoke of? Because it just sounds to me like money's going on in one hand and then just right out the other. And so if it's really equalizing, I understand up to $830,000 is being used towards the maintenance and whatnot, but as a portfolio item or as an enveloped item. But if it's costing us $830,000 to issue these tickets and to process them and to provide the staffing, and it's taking away from other areas that enforcement model could be used in the city, then I don't really see the point in having parking at all, and it would be a lot better for the citizen to not have to worry about it.
Yeah, through the chair. So we're doing, that's, I think the Director of Finance mentioned during his presentation, we're undergoing rates and fines fee structure study right now to see if we're charging the right amount. It's a user pay system generally in parking, not just in the city, but in all jurisdictions in North America and Europe, to see if we're charging the right amount. It should be a user pay. Generally, surface parking is, there's a general understanding that surface parking in downtown core is probably the least effective use of that real estate. Prior to my time here, there was great discussion around this table about a multi-story parking structure. I think the vote was 8-1 to spend money on a study and plans. I had those plans in my office for a lot of years. Someone else has them now. But when it was tendered for construction, got really close to an election and it lost 5-4. So those plans were never came to fruition. Would have been done on the Pinnacle lot right between the library and the corner, the Applewood property in the corner of Victoria and Pinnacle. So it may have changed the look of downtown because we have a lot of surface parking that we own and operate. So your point's well taken. I think the challenge is as long as the city owns that much surface parking, it's a challenge not to have it to be paid and then enforcement. So we're looking at what the model looks like. What is the best use? What is the best cost? And what's the best model? Currently, we're the inverse of best practice. We know that without a study. Our cheapest parking is in the center. If you go to Toronto, you pay the most in the middle of the city, and it encourages people to park the farthest away and walk in. Downtown Belleville, you pay nothing to park on the main street. It's not the same if you go to downtown Toronto, right? So we know we have some issues. We're unique. We also, downtown Belleville, we close the street all summer and encourage people to walk on the street. So some unique challenges, but we want to encourage, what we're trying to get to is that it's not tax funded. That's the goal.
Okay, Councillor Millet, did you have your hand up, and then Councillor Carr?
Yeah, briefly, and I'll support this as well. Mr. McDonald was pointing out the fact that he has that, and I remember that discussion very well for that parking garage facility, the multi-level. It may be something that we have to look at again. It's you know, I think long-term, I believe people could envision, and it's a travesty that we're using a valuable piece of land right across from this building on the riverfront for parking. That should be a park. It will someday be the Wolfthausen-Freund Park. I'm just hoping my old buddy Wolfie's alive to see when we can tear up the concrete and put grass down. Point being that until we come up with that better solution, we have this hodgepodge of a parking. Everybody hates parking. It's the favorite whipping boy of anybody who drives and has to come downtown. Everybody hates to pay for parking. It's a necessary evil, but it's got to pay for itself. So I'm going to support this.
Yes, thank you. And you know, when there's talk about generating revenue, you know, then everybody thinks well, you're just looking for ways to make money, but it's to offset those costs. And rightfully, as you point out, Mayor, is if we don't look at these fines and increases, then it shifts to taxpayers. The other part too is we have to, in addition to the revenue and the cost recovery, there's the deterrence aspect. In certain areas of the city, on-street parking, people will factor in an $8 ticket as the cost to park on the road. But the parking on the road interferes with possibly other driveways. But most importantly, our transportation or operational services for winter maintenance, street sweeping, or anything else that needs to be done along the boulevard of which the municipality is responsible for. And if there's not the ability to ticket and a significant enough fine to say, we prefer you not do it again, then those continue and we have those obstacles. You know, as far as surface parking in the downtown, I think we need to look at it. I would take a little bit of a different angle in terms of parking garages. I'll just say that government land is the key to affordable housing. And I know other municipalities are reviewing their municipal parking lots to see whether they can maintain parking on the ground surface, but leasing the land to be able to have affordable housing above it. And, you know, perhaps maybe that's something that could be explored, because then that would be a revenue stream to handle some of the other things that go on related to parking, where we're not upping those fines. That's a conversation for another day, but I think there's ways and means in which we can make surface parking in those surface areas maximize their potential and have the greatest impact. But in the meantime, putting fines up for revenue and deterrence is a good thing.
I'd be an error if I don't talk on the increase. I don't mind an increase. I think it's too much of an increase. You're going to get the merchants downtown, and I'll hear them at the next DBIA meeting, that is crazy to go from $8 to $15 and $12 to $20. I would have expected a little less increase. I'll vote for an increase. I don't agree with the amount. I think it's going to deter customers for the stores downtown. Sure, they may take a little more, make sure there's money in the meter, but that taxpayer that happens to get a ticket because he was out of that car for 3 or 4 minutes, and there's lots of them, come in with a $15, how many times are they going to come downtown and say, I'll take another chance? And so I'll vote for it, but I don't agree, but I don't want to get into another amendment here. I don't agree with I just wanted to be on record that I don't agree with the increase.
Councilor Brown?
If I could, just clarification. The parking budget and the revenues that we create through fines and others is not limited to downtown, is that correct? It's throughout the city?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, no, the fines and violations, yeah, we have enforcement staff that circulate throughout the city. That's correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that before I spoke. That was my understanding. If I appreciate where the downtown is coming from. The issue of free parking or charge parking has been the ongoing discussion in every downtown everywhere in North America. And we will never find a solution that will make everyone happy. I would like us to look a little bit more broadly at this in terms of it's also parking violations by the hospital when there's no parking there and people park there. There is parking violations when people park overnight in the winter months. Yes, we've had a pretty good winter so far this year, but next year could be a killer. So we need to look at this more holistically in terms of are our parking fees, their parking fines as they exist today, acting as a deterrent, not only through downtown, but for the city as a whole in terms of our transportation routes, whether it be collector, whether it be arterial, whether it be a local road. All of those are all considerations here, and I think we need to keep that in mind in terms of, do we want to not only, it's not about deterring people from coming downtown, it's about deterring people from obeying our parking requirements across the city as a whole.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. McDonald. Earlier when we were speaking, did you say that we have a parking review going on right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Alsop, that's correct, yes.
Would it not behoove us to wait for the result of that to then set fees?
I didn't make the motion, but it's on the way.
Yeah, whoever is best.
I guess it's, I was alerted to this probably about 6 months or 8 months ago after our last budget, so the parking study will be out for a while, but do we wait another year and have to put it on taxpayers' taxes next year? I don't think we can wait. I mean, we'll be sitting around here next year and we'll be putting $50,000 on, you know, I mean, spread over by a lot of taxpayers isn't a lot, but we got to start somewhere. And I think with user fees, I mentioned it to staff when we were in doing the budgets. I said I wasn't going to wait till our council's third budget to raise user fees, and this is part of user fees. I think by waiting another year, we're just letting money go by, and we're going to be raising it, you know, in our fourth budget. And when we see it now, it needs to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Please, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. Just through you, Chair, I just wanted to be clear, when I spoke, I was speaking about metered parking. That was what I had understood. It wasn't the street parking specifically. I understand fines and enforcement for street parking that, you know, can potentially lead to issues and harm to citizens for sure. But metered parking is what I was trying to get at, that if it was, you know, basically just zeroing itself out, it didn't make any sense to me to do anything at all. But I fully support this so that it doesn't end up on the taxpayers', you know, backs next year.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Opposed? Okay. So let's just move through these. 8A, 17, anybody want to speak on? Which one here? 8, 15, we need that. Anybody want to speak on that? Can I just pass them all as one? A8, 16, A8, 17, A8, 18, A8, 19, A8, 20, A8, 21. If I could get a motion to move all those, Councillor Alsop, Councillor Wright Miller, discussion, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, now, this is where I come in, and only one taxpayer, and I have to say it every year, and it's true, there is only one solid taxpayer in this city. So I have asked Director Ferguson to give me the figures with the tax increases and the sewer and water increases, and to comment on the water bill as far as the hydrant there, and there's a charge in the water bill. So can I have the tax for each month for a $250,000 appraised house and on the urban ratepayer. So can I have the tax increase and then the water and sewer increase?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, I think you're looking at the monthly tax cost for the urban taxpayer. So just specifically looking at the municipal cost, it would be $354.17.
And last year?
$333.07.
So that's a nice increase of how much?
$21.10.
$100 a month?
No, was that,
$21 a month. Yeah,
yeah.
these are
And
per
sewer and
month.
water?
$128 per month.
And last year?
$122 per month
So a $6 increase?
monthly. Yep. And that's with a household using 8 cubic meters of water a month.
So every taxpayer with a $250,000 house assessment is not just going up $21 in taxes, it's also going up $6 in sewer and water. And we only have one taxpayer, and it's a struggle with taxpayers, and I know we've gone through lots of stuff here today, but we need to be out front with the taxpayer, what each one is going to pay, and that's why I asked Director Ferguson to get the water and sewer and the taxpayers at once. Thank you, Worship.
okay, anybody else? We have new business. Anybody under new? Oh, call the vote on everything. All in favor? Carried. New business. We have one thing that was brought to council last night. The Children's Safety Village, and I've spoke to staff on that. I'd like to put it to basically a staff report. And did you want to speak to that?
Through the chair to all of council. Yes, we had the deputation where we referred it, looking at their requests or taking what they'd asked for. They did identify commitments for grant funding, but identified that those could be made at later dates. So I think we would propose to make that at a later date, as well as encourage them, and we'll work with them to apply to our grant programs as well that are open to all community organizations, which would include them as well as come back with a staffing report so that we can outline the loan request that was made and what might be considered, or some of the items that council should consider in considering that request.
Councillor Thompson? Okay, you want to first move that?
I'll move it.
Seconded by Councillor Chatton, and then you go.
No, I don't want to move it, sorry.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Alsop. Who wants to speak on it? Councillor Thompson, then?
So, they're in the process this year of trying to get some plans together to move the Children's Village. So if we put this into a staff report, that's going to come back later. My question is there any avenue that we can get them $150,000 without impacting the taxpayer at this point? Is there a fund there that we can use?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, the money that was requested specifically, I believe, for the 150, correct me if I'm wrong, was requested in the form of a loan. So there wouldn't be, as far as the budget goes and the investments made by the city in our portfolio, we do have latitude to make investments, and we do that through the investment policy and make the best investment investments in GICs and other related loans and products for the taxpayer under that policy. The report that I would speak to would come back to discuss what we should consider and what council can recommend with respect to making an investment. That's what that would be, to loan the $150,000 and the items that should be considered and potential interest rates if that was to be entertained. To do that, it's not a requirement of the budget. It doesn't have a budgetary impact. It really deals with our investment portfolio. So that would alleviate the immediate concern of
dealing with it at budget from that loan or investment standpoint. And again, they did make reference that they were looking for more long-term commitment in their capital gain portfolio, which would be going on for 10 years, and I believe he indicated he could come back at many other times in the future requesting those, as well as we have the grant programs, which would be ample opportunity to apply for throughout the period.
So it's going to go for staff report. When is that staff report coming back?
Next council meeting? Yep, next council meeting.
Yeah, and I can vote for it then. If it was going to take longer, I'd defeat the motion and put a different motion, but.
Okay. Everybody happy with that, or good? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Need a confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2024-09. Actually, I just want to stop. I want to thank staff for all the work they did on the budget, the EMT team, and everybody that supports the EMT team. And I know there's a lot of support in your groups that participated in this budget too. So we've got to give them credit also, Joe. You know how that is, right? So, but congratulations. It was a great budget. It was well thought out, and we're adding to services, I think, where they needed to be targeted. And from there, we need a confirmatory bylaw number 2024-09, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on February 27th, 28th, or 27th. 24 be read a first, second, third time, finally passed this 27th day of February. 24, moved by Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Chatton, all in favor, carried. Motion to give staff tomorrow off, or no, motion to adjourn. Councillor Alsop, Councillor Thompson, all in favor, carried.
Sorry, guys.